Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you may be. I'm humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, with that said, greetings, everyone. I hope this video finds you as good or as well as possible under, you know, world circumstances where you may be and what's happening in your area. Um, hey, Barry, how are you? And Travis, how are you? Barry, I meant to call you, but things have been really busy around here with different things, and I just honestly ain't had the time. But things are going as well as possible. And what started this particular conversation about catalyst is my catalytic converter that was causing my issues with my truck. Okay. And it's like all the things I did. Hey Tracy, how are you? So my with my truck. So I'm like I've spent $1,600 on my truck the last 6 months, right? And I replaced this sensor and that one and this one and that one and this one and this one and that one and batteries and starters and all kinds of stuff. And so, okay, and the catalyst, something happened within my truck that started this cascade of events where nothing would work. Okay. So as I replaced things um, and fixed it and then looked at my little code reader and was like, well, I got rid of that one. And you plug it back in and you go, wait a minute, I just put a new one of those on, but it's the the truck's saying it's bad. Wait a minute. Let me try. So all these erroneous codes were the catalyst, okay, for me to like want to kick the truck. It ain't the truck's fault, but as to what's wrong, because I've been through every single why ain't this working, right? And the other day, I took my catalytic converter off, and my truck started running like a scalded dogs, as some of these folks would say down here. And I was like, what? So, the catalyst for this. So, the catalyst with the catalytic converter, the catalyst is that it was plugged and the truck couldn't breathe. And so, um, it was throwing all these erroneous codes that were pissing me off now. I got to say, because you fix one, you replace it, and then it does it again. So the whole event has been a catalyst for me in that trying to piss me off. Get plugged up, absolutely. I mean, like clogged up, I guess. But I did a little video that I'm going to upload of me sitting in the truck with it up on ramps with, with a straight pipe. It, it sounds like a start car. Sounds like a start car racer. I mean, it's really loud. But rev up and run and like what? I mean, so apparently a lot of my issues have been because of this catalytic converter, okay, clogged up, which created was the catalyst for this succession of failures within my truck system. Okay. Now you say, now, Hawkeye, what the hell does this have to do with like current events? Or like the world, the world catalyst? Okay. There are folks, them folks who are using the entire world as a stage as the catalyst. There's going to be World War III, the world hunger, the world this, the world, you know? And of course, then there are those apocalyptic folks that the world's coming to an end, you know. Um, but then folks who read the Bible, I'm just saying, did you read the end of the book where it says after all this takes place, there's going to be 1,000 years of peace? You know, I have talked about this before a while back, but I'm looking at the 1,000 years of peace. Yeah, but what about Armageddon and all this stuff? But there's this 1,000 years of peace after all this crap. Yeah, but there's all this crap in there. This, yeah, okay, but there's going to be 1,000 years of peace. But what all the world can't come to an end if there's going to be 1,000 years of peace. Okay, so in all of this catastrophe and catastrophic and events, and they're trying to promote them, stick them. They've got so many people upset between the Ukraine and the this and the that and the oh my God, right? So they're using these catalysts. So they've got the, you know, Afghanistan and this and that. So they've got these people who want this thing, and then they throw somebody else and send them all weapons. And that's the catalyst, right? The results, for example, and I use this in the description, but if you have ever mixed vinegar with baking soda, it foams up. It's really good for cleaning out drains and stuff and for freshening up the pea trap in your kitchen sink or bathroom sink. And it's a good way to make a you got a grease fire, vinegar and baking soda, put it out, right? Foam will just smother it. So, but when vinegar is just vinegar, baking soda is just a powder until you mix them together and it foams and gushes and everything. So, catalyst, right? The reaction. So, the catalytic converter is supposed to take out nasty air. And so if it's bad, then it tells the truck, "Whoops, we got to shut you down. You can't run because you got some nasty air coming out your tailpipe there, or no air coming out your tailpipe." So now, what's a car or truck's catalytic converter got to do with this? Because here recently, there's been a spate. Okay, yeah, a bunch. Some marmalade being spread, that people's cars aren't running. They've spent money on them, they've diagnosed them, and it ends up that what's wrong is their catalytic converter is clogged, stopped up, and otherwise their vehicle won't run. Now, I won't tell you how I fixed mine temporarily because it's against the law, right? EPA, federal law, blah, blah, blah. So I ain't going to say no more about that. Other than if your catalytic converter is clogged, like mine was, and you somehow do something to correct it, my truck runs so much differently. It's got power in ways it didn't have. Just saying. So, catalytic converters clean up the air, but they also drain power from our engines, where we should be getting 35, 40 miles to the gallon sometimes, like in my four cylinder. I've had my little Isuzu that got 35 miles to the gallon. I've got this four-cylinder Ford that gets 28. Why? Catalytic converter, all this gizmos and all this stuff. And so the truck doesn't run as efficiently. Oh, but it passes EPA standards. Okay, but my little Isuzu from many years ago, I'm not sure if it's got a catalytic converter, but it never had that issue. Okay, so I'm just saying. Oh, we got to keep the air clean. Yeah. But at what cost in that, seriously? In lower performance, higher gas usage, less, I mean, just, okay. They have to use that catalyst of the catalytic converter to convince us all that it's the best thing for you and me. Okay. Is it really? Has anybody really went back and asked them folks who put all these catalytic converters on all our vehicles that dumbs down the fuel efficiency and the power and all that for clean air? I know maybe it should only be in California. But has anybody gone back and said, well, since we've been using these things, the air quality, blah, 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 and can actually say it's because we use the catalytic converter? I'm just bringing it up. Now, next. So, what about this world catalyst? Well, the Democrats have their own world catalytic things that they use. The Republicans have their own words and phrases and certain sticking points, trigger points to piss off the you know the Republicans. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Been sending you lots of hugs there, girl. Hey, David Castle, how are you? Did I miss anybody at the moment? So, but anyway, the trigger point. So, in watching the news and listening and so forth, there are a lot of people being triggered by a lot of different things. And there are folks who are combining issues, combining metaphors. They're literally just making stuff up just to, prove a point, I guess. But in that, it's really ticking other people off, right? For me, it's like I look at it and I go, they're trying to sell this crap to the people of the planet. They're trying to sell this to the American public. They're trying, I mean, what? So, yeah, it triggers me. And I say it angers me. I mean, I don't stay in a fuming mood all day long, but it gnaws at me that these folks are trying to scare the living shit out of us every single day with some kind of mixture of things they put together that is the catalyst, you understand, for the world. To see how many people they can dumb down, to find out how many people they can piss off, to find out how many people they can keep in turmoil, chaos, and basically, their stomach tied up in a knot. The world's coming to an end. There's going to be a food shortage. We're all going to die. But this and the that and then the thing and the. Holy crap. Are there things changing? Absolutely. But now, this is just a for example. Went for a ride today to test my truck out and see how'd she do. The jury's still out about that, but which was the catalyst for this story or this video, by the way. So we're in this little town. I mean, it's literally just a crossroads, and they got a Dollar General there. Um, we was in it back a couple of years ago when it was brand new. After 2 years, recalling it's been 2 years since I've been out over there. My truck's been broke down that long, and it's been all that long since I've been to the river. Hey, Miss Mary, how you doing? And so here's a beautiful Dollar General store. Walked in. This place, the shelves are packed solid. They got everything. I mean, there ain't a space on them shelves anywhere. It's clean, it's bright, it's a beautiful store out in the middle of nowhere. I'm in a small community out there. But the freezers were stacked full of stuff. There was 14 different flavors of ice cream, and it was I mean, there was stuff. It was like, what? And I'm like, damn, it's a shame it's a 25-mile ride over there, but I'd go shopping over there just because it was a pretty store and it had everything. They weren't missing anything on the shelves. I walked up and down. There was ketchup and tomatoes, and I should have got some more mustard, but I would just stopped in to pick up a couple of things like bread and this and that. But so this idea that every store, every shelf is empty, that ain't true. Okay. Okay. Other stores, I use Dollar General a lot. Other stores, same type, different in Moultrie or Coolidge or wherever. And some of them shelves are empty. And certain items, like it took me 2 months to finally find some, prepared mustard, the dark mustard, the spicy mustard. So, and not just in that store, but a couple of others that were not um, Dollar General stores. So deliveries of things, but then there are other stores that are just slap full of stuff. So this idea that everybody's going to starve, all the stores will be empty, there won't be anything for anybody. Now it is getting slimmer, and many of us have talked about prepping for many years. Get some canned goods. If you like peas, get 2 cans instead of one. If you like whatever it is, get 2 cans instead of one. Now, one of the things that I have used over the years, as far as prepping and things, but also in camping, is they have tuna in the can. A lot of people don't like it. I don't necessarily like tuna fish casserole, but I like to fry tuna fish with a little bit of ketchup, and it changes its flavor. But anyway, a tuna fish can, especially with the oil that's in it, um, you can actually burn it like oil, like um, a candle, okay? An oil lamp from the old days. So, if you're camping, you can have oil to light your campsite with, and also you've got tuna, which oh, you could argue about the tuna or whatever. Oh, it's 12:21. Oh my God, and I missed one. Y'all should be hollering louder at me. But anyway, so they also make canned chicken in small tins that sort of look like chicken of the sea, tuna. But here's the thing, they last forever on the shelf. Well, you want a chicken sandwich? You can open one of these cans, drain out the water. And for me, I like to just throw them in a skillet and just kind of brown it a little bit and warm it up a little bit and then make a sandwich out of it. You can add it into soups. You can use it as a stock. You can also buy certain canned beef products. Um, Subi, I think, used to make, I mean, I don't know if they do now, but canned chicken and dumplings. Now, great for canned. For me, it was just a little bit too salty, as far as, but good, healthy, and in a can. Okay. Well, what about cans? Listen, cans have been around forever. I mean, canned beans and canned this and that. During the Civil War and the conquering of the West. But the idea that somehow you have to spend a lot of money and a lot of extra, and it has to be freeze dried and all that, poo. All right. Poo. I've got cans that are 10 years old. I opened, they're still good. Okay. I ain't been sick yet. Haven't died from ptomaine. Oh my God, what's in the can's going to kill you. I'm still here. And if it's what might be in the can versus starving to death, I'm eating what's in the can. Okay. When you're really hungry, you'll eat out of the garbage. And I have, as other people have too. So, should you stock up on a couple of items? I would, as I have. When you're really hungry, 1 can of food. per person per day. What? Yeah. All 3 meals, 1 can per day. But if you have 5 people in the family, each one of you has a can, you dump it all together, you make a stew, and everybody eats and nobody starves. You might be hungry, but you ain't starving, okay? Plant a garden, plant something. If it ain't your property, find somebody else's. Plant seeds regardless if you own the property or not. Because if the crap goes down and you've got some fresh vegetables, do it, right? So, is it important? Yeah. Why? For peace of mind for you. Oh, we're running out of food and this and that. And okay, there's a lot of stuff that's happened, not just in Russia or here and there. There have been floods all over the planet. Things, supply chains have been screwed up. So what can you do about it? Be practical, use your head, and stay away from this. Well, you got to have freeze dried food to make it through. That is false. Okay, please. The freeze dried food people want you to believe that that's the only thing that'll get us through. Ain't true. Canned foods of all kinds. You can have meat, you can have fish, you can have whatever you want if you find the right canned goods, and they will last as long as they're not sitting out in the direct sun where they swell up or whatever. If they're just commonly stored in a cabinet, you're safe. If you like pork and beans, get a couple extra cans. If they run out of other things in the store or whatever, then learn to do without it. But so for the catalyst in the world, what can you do to go against it? Quit worrying about it. If one store is empty, then maybe you should go to another community and check it out. Now, I spent $20 for 4 gallons of gas. Now, that's a lot. And for the little ride I took today to the river and back, cost me $15 in gas, where it would have cost me 5 or 6 bucks. So we all know that's here. So I get my truck running and now I can't afford to drive it. Ain't that the pits? So, but in the catalyst of things, um, I will spend money on gas if I really need to go somewhere. If not, I'll find something else to do that's closer to home that doesn't require me to drive or to spend money on gas. Now, I know people have to go to work. I get it. And for you folks, I'm so sorry. But for the rest of us, just like the COVID for the last 2 years, you're not supposed to go far. There were curfews and people were getting arrested for being out, after 9 o'clock or whatever the curfew was. So we've had to tolerate all these other things. We've made it. So we should take what they fed us the last 2 years and look at it and go, they're trying some of this stuff all over again. They're trying to keep the catalyst going. They run out of vinegar and baking soda to make all this foam, so they have to create stuff. I mean, there's going to be a nuclear war. Okay. Oh my God. World War III is just around the corner. Kim Jong, what's his name in North K, is, playing with his rocket again. He keeps wanting to shoot it off. You know what I mean? And this is going on over there, and the world is coming to an end. The catalyst. They're using the Ukraine, they're using whatever food shortages, they're using the supply chain incident. Now, for those of you who may not remember, months ago, maybe even a year or more, I talked about the supply chain and I said it's messed up. In 2001 and 2, that went the all types of businesses, um, manufacturers, producers, and so forth went to The term is called just in time, JIT, just in time. And so they used to have extra warehouses with extra product in them. And the new business model came out and said, "Wait a minute now, you shouldn't have to store extra stuff." And but yeah, we've always had this little warehouse with extra stuff in case we run out of something. Well, they convinced everybody through Ford and Chrysler and all of the automotive industries and a lot of other industries to just in time. You don't need no backup. You don't need no stinking little warehouse with extras in case you run out. And by the time I left Prestolite, and the just in time in 2005 was already failing within the automotive industry. It was already being a pain. Okay. Now, fast forward to now, and all these other businesses and everything have changed to just in time. So the folks somewhere in the middle, so you're making widgets and they're made out of some kind of metal. And so you got to get the metal from the people who have the metal. But if their workers are sick and they can't produce it or send it or deliver it, then the whole line of widgets doesn't get made. So because you don't have any metal and no raw materials, then the people who stamp out the metal to make the widgets, they got to go home because there's nothing for them to do. There's no metal. Well, if the metal producers are okay, but the people who stamp out the widgets are all sick or out or whatever the issue may be, then the supply chain breaks down again. The next person, the people who package the widget and sell it and ship it, right? They don't have anything to ship or sell. Now, if the first two, the metal's good, the stamping's good, but the people who deliver the product, they're all sick or something's messed up. So anywhere in that supply chain, if anybody gets sick or bad weather, the truck breaks down, or they can't deliver it because there's a fuel shortage or whatever. So this just in time has failed countless times over the last 20 years. It's a bad idea. It has been bad. I have been against it since the day they started putting it into service here in the United States. China and Japan, oh, they really good about this. Okay, if it works for them, it's for crap for us because people, weather, nature, stuff happens, and you get you're not able to deliver what you say you're supposed to in time. That's the whole point. It's in time. Now, you might be a couple days late, but if there are people who are already out of whatever material, then they go home. They get laid off. And the people who are making like automobiles, they close down an entire plant because they run out of something. So all these engines and all these things, the whole production, which is huge, gets shut down because they don't have one item. Something's messed up, but that one item, we can't keep this chain running. Uh, I can't think of it now, but anyway, because we don't have this thing, the widgets didn't come in. So now what? Well, that the widget is food now. The widget is what they want it to be. So scaring people to death with World War III, scaring people to death with nuclear fallout. Now look, there's enough nuclear fallout already on the planet from all the stuff they did 30, 40, 50 years ago. Okay. And scientists won't talk about it. And I mentioned it several months ago. I did a video about the radiation in you kind of thing. And it's like Dr. Richard Allen Miller said many years ago, about the fact that there's still radiation coming out of the atmosphere from when they tested stuff back in Nevada. Okay, hey, Project Skyfalls, how you doing? So anyway, yes, yes, Michelle, they're repeating scripts. They're repeating this. What is the definition of crazy? Doing the same thing over and over again, but and expecting different results. So I would invite you to look around you in the world and go, have we not sort of heard this stuff before? You know, about this or that or whatever. Have we not heard some of this before? Um, and who has always been our enemy? Russia. And I know I think I turned y'all on to the Remnant TV to where folks are talking about how Putin is he's an atheist and a communist, and there's all this video where him and Krill, the leader of the Orthodox Church, that Putin has opened up Christianity in Russia, not closed it down. Nobody's getting persecuted for going to an Orthodox church, which is their Christianity over there. And but Putin's a communist, but he's going to a Christian church with the equivalent of the Pope. Well, he's a bad man. He's sadistic. Okay. Look at our Pope. Look at Francis. Talk about sadistic. Talk about being weird. And Putin's the bad guy? I'm just saying, right? So, the Vatican continues to push Novus Ordo, the New World Order. Okay. Keep listening because the Pope won't shut up about it. Okay. Oh, Putin's bad. Everything, when Francis, was when he left Argentina way back when, there were charges against him being brought for child abduction and child trafficking and pedophilia. Okay. Yeah, our current Pope, right? That guy. Well, the Catholics, a lot of them are jumping ship with the Pope. There's going to be a whole new Catholic Church or a new old Catholic Church. But here's the thing, they're not buying into it. Okay. The Pope is trying to rile up the Catholics to the point of he wants to excommunicate any Catholic who goes to an old mass. With the way when I was an altar boy, had to learn Latin. The priest was facing the altar, and before all this ecumenical council stuff in 1964. So, but here's the thing, though, they're still trying to promote these other things. The Pope, the guy who's supposed to be working for humanity, and he lets all these people from Devos in. Um, there was one of the bishops or cardinals who went to the Devos thing, and the Pope brings you messages to the Devos. He should be telling them mother, hunters to cease and desist what they're doing. Oh no, the Pope's sending these messages to the rich people, right? To go ahead and subdue us. Oh, you rich people know what's good for the rest of us, right? Novus Ordo. Okay. So this is part of the catalyst, right? They're mixing in religion with politics, and they're making this catalyst of confusion and chaos. It's right there. You don't have to look at any kind of conspiracy theories or go on some weird back channel. It's right there in front of God and everybody, as we would say. So, what's going on? They're trying to use all these different things, mixing them together like chemicals to see what the reaction is. So, we, the people, in a way, are part of the catalyst. We're one of the chemicals they're trying to mix in. Hey, Regen, how are you doing? vitamins. So, and some of the things that I've been talking about as far as Russia and Putin and the people and that feeling of Mother Russia, what does it mean to them versus us and how we feel towards the land and so forth. And so I mentioned some things about Putin months ago. And actually, I've kind of been talking about him for quite a few years now, actually, with watching Dante's videos. But besides Dante, I have chosen my own opinion of Putin by watching him, period. Watching his behavior, listening. Now, I don't understand Russian, but at least listening to the interpreters and going, I don't see where this communist thingy hell bent. Anyway, so, but to everyone's opinion, right? But the thing is that what many folks are seeing as true for themselves, they're not falling for the catalyst, right? They're not falling for we're going to use Putin and we're going to mix it with a little bit of North Korea, and because there are rockets and nuclear weapons involved, we're going to bring that up and see what happens, right? Well, the reaction was, "Oh my God, we're all going to die! I love it, the nuclear war again. It's Armageddon." Okay. Those mixtures of things are the catalyst to try to create panic, chaos, craziness, keep people upset all the time. We are the reaction. So, what if somebody poured out half a gallon of vinegar and poured in a half a gallon of water to take its place? Now, it's still vinegar, but it's weaker. So, when you mix vinegar and baking soda together, it doesn't foam like it should if it was pure vinegar. Now, why am I bringing up the vinegar baking soda? Because if and if you've never tried it, mix a little together. Pour some baking soda down in your sink and add a little bit of vinegar to it, and it'll foam and do all this stuff. But it cleans out your sink, okay? I do at least once a month with baking soda and vinegar. Now, so if the vinegar is weak, it doesn't foam as much. Or if you use all vinegar, but all you got's a half a teaspoon of baking soda, it ain't going to foam as much. So these are the things you mix together. The foam is the result, right? So they're mixing a little bit of this in the news and a little bit of this in the news, and they're trying to make baking soda and vinegar to see what comes out. So some things trigger people right away. Some folks just want to go out shooting and whooping and other people it's making very lethargic. They just don't want to go anywhere. They don't want to participate in anything. Pretty much they just given the hell up. Well, why go out? It doesn't do any good. Why should I go to work? It doesn't do any good. Why should I do this? They gave me a raise and then they raised the gas prices. And now I got less money than I did before they gave me the raise. What the hell? So then the Democrats talking about socialism, how everybody should get a paycheck from the government and how we should all. So that sounds better and better, don't it? You see the catalyst? You see what they're doing? Um, you know, I had to wait until 62 before I got my check from the government, and then they slashed it by $400. So I ain't getting what I should have been getting 10 years ago. So, but anyway, all right, it's cool. I get my check. I make do. Could I do better? Yeah. Did the government cheat a bunch of us baby boomers? Oh yeah. And we should be severely pissed. But what do we want to do about it? They're gonna pay us the back money when we're a billion trillion dollars in debt. I mean, Oh, yeah, they're going to pay us baby boomers back from the money they stole from Social Security to use as operating funds, which is not what's supposed to happen with Social Security. But they did, and they still are, and they continue to screw the American public. We're going to take your money for Social Security, but when you get old enough, we ain't going to give it back to you. That's sorry. We're going to change the rules again. So, what do you got to look forward there to, right? A life of poverty as an old person, can't go out and get a job, vehicles break down, things happen, you don't have any money, you get stuck at home, and then you get sick, can't get to the doctor, people won't take care of you. Oh, this is wonderful. Ooh, talk about a catalyst, right? That's what's happening right now. And I just refuse to buy into it. Are they trying to get everybody else into it? You betcha. I see it. I see what they're doing. I had to buy gas today because I wanted to go somewhere, so I had to buy into the thing, right? But at the same time, um, I could have stayed home today. I didn't have to go anywhere, but I wanted to. Different from need to, have to. But so what do? We got to put up with some of this stuff. We just have to. Don't like it. We got to tolerate it. We are going to pray that somebody's going to quit this shit and put it back where it was. You know how much extra money the oil companies made this last month or so with doubling the price of gas when there was no need? What? It's a freebie. It's a freebie. If they made $1 billion profit normally, they made $2 billion profit by you know, doubling the price of gas. Who who's suffering? The American people. Who's getting rich? Well, you know, them folk. Is it necessary? No. Are they using the money to build any more offshore drilling or anything? No. But it costs more. Well, it costs more because you're charging more. You're the reason it costs more. You dumbass. A minute, that can't be possible. If gas goes up and the people who are making the gas raise the gas prices, now they have to pay higher prices. And now they're saying it costs more to make the gas because they raised the price. And now what? They created the catalyst, you see. And we are the result. We're the foam after they mix it together, you know. Yep, I got one. It's 12:47 and I missed the 20 mark. And I wasn't planning on being here all night because this topic is like, yeah, we can keep talking about it. And there are a lot of different angles, and there are a lot of different things we can do to stay out of it. Now, I got to tell you, you still got to keep an eye on it. Now, you've heard me talk about this for a long time about keeping your core value. If you're a good person, just keep being good as much as you can. And be the compassionate observer. If somebody needs something, help them if you can. Don't put yourself in harm's way to do it, but help somebody if you can. If you're a good person. If all these things go crazy, so there are some people who just want to hide their head in the sand and not look at any of it. But you got to watch to see in case something gets really fishy and you need to go, well, you know what? Maybe it's time for me to stay home this weekend. Maybe it's time for me to go fishing or something, or do something pleasurable to keep my mind from worrying about the stupid shit they try to. No, they're not trying. They do it every day to trigger you and me and the rest of the populace into believing that we're all gonna die and it's all Russia's fault. Well, and Kim Jong Unipu in North Korea. Just saying, right? take a step back and look at the basic things. What are they doing? They're trying to turn the world against Russia. Well, nobody likes Kim Jong Oogie anyway, Rocket Man. So, but then on the Chinese, and I ain't saying these people ain't done something, but to the point that they're the ones that are making the world a horrible place to live in. It's all their fault, right? Think about it. It's all their fault. Well, Putin's to blame. We got higher gas prices. I talked about this. One day of U.S. usage would be everything that Russia contributes in a year. One day of American usage of oil is what Russia basically gives us. So we all stay home for a day. Bye bye, Russia. So the rest of this stuff of how it's affected the world economy, they're using it as an excuse. They're creating the catalyst for people to go crazy nuts and have to pay more, which means, guess what? People are suffering because of it. So the people who are creating the catastrophes, who are instigating and mixing these different catalysts together, they want to see lots of foam coming out of that volcano from vinegar and um, baking soda. How much do you want to buy into it? Yes, they're creating it, but does it actually exist? Okay, here's one I want to pass along. Every store has empty shelves. Every store, but two of the stores I went in today, the shelves were stocked full of groceries and Valentine's, not whatever the April, May, whatever's coming up. We went past out. Oh, Easter. Sorry, it was chocolate bunnies, and and jelly beans. Let's not forget jelly beans, for God's sakes. Ooh, jelly beans. So this idea that somehow um, the world is coming to an end, but we've got Easter bunnies in the store, chocolate ones, and we have jelly beans, but the world's coming to an end. Okay, but Easter's coming, and it's a church holiday and all that good stuff. And but the world's coming to an end, and the apocalypse and the radiation, and don't forget we're all gonna die. Okay, so you choose. It's your choice. What you wish to get antagonized by? Do you want to be triggered by Putin, Russia, whatever? Do you want to get triggered by the UN? Do you want to get triggered by North Korea? Do you want to get triggered by gas prices? Do you want to get triggered by the Democrats won't stop talking about Trump? 2 years later, they won't shut up about the man. Do you hear me? Hey, Chloe, be safe. Go lay down. Of bread around here seems like been happening. Yeah, we have a bakery in Thomasville, a Flowers Bakery. I mean, it's like the headquarters, and so it doesn't seem to have affected things around here yet. Okay, there's still bread that's on the shelves at the end. They still have uh, they have a store for old bread that they pull off the shelves. But anyway, so and I can't think of it anyway. But so to the point, um, some stores, some things, a whole section just bare, ain't nothing but a shelf. Other stores, they're full. So I think it's again, it's the just in time because these folks ordered Umpty Scrunch first before these guys who have empty shelves ordered. So, where does the first order go to? If the order is in line, which normally they do, so you placed your order. Yep, here it is, and they fill it. Your shelves are full right now because they had enough stuff just in time to fill your order. Next store, here's their order, and they go, damn, well, we're out of mustard. And any store hereafter, we just sent the last mustard to this store over here. All right. And hopefully, just in time will happen, and we'll get more mustard into the warehouse so we can send all the stores their orders of mustard. Well, the mustard don't come. And the folks in the warehouse, well, we got to back order the mustard again. And so after 6 weeks, for me, no, you know, um, spicy mustard. I'm making my own out of wasabi, and I can't find yellow mustard, just plain old yellow. What happened with the mustard? So, but to my point now, there seems mustard's back. So, whatever was wrong in the supply chain of mustard, be it product or this or that, people to make the mustard, box it, sell it, package it, deliver it, who knows? But mustard seems to be back again. So there are other things that I've noted who've like just the whole it's all just disappeared. Shelf is clean. A month later, you start seeing the product coming back. One of the things, for example, is dog food in the can. It's went up 50%. Easy. All right. A can that cost 85 cents 2 months ago is now $1.35 to $1.50 a can. So I spent more money on Duggar this month and my cats, almost twice as much to give them the same amount of food. What is up with that? So, little old ladies with their kitties and stuff are paying at least 50% more for the same amount of cat food, the same product, the same thing, whatever the excuse is or was for the price of dog food to go up. I don't know. Or the fact that dog food disappeared from shelves entirely. Couldn't find a can of dog food in a bunch of stores, gone. And if the animals didn't eat the dried, tough, they went hungry. I've been feeding Duggar, lunch meat and cheap hot dogs, and to supplement the lack of canned dog food. So, but even in Tractor Supply and some of the feed stores, they don't have any canned dog food. What's up with that? So, if we don't feed our animals, they're going to be eating us. Little grandma's going to be pounced on by all her kitty cats for not having her friskies. So, but anyway, smoke if you got them. It ain't a 20, but smoke if you got them. It is 12:50 a.m. My eyesight's a little weak without my glasses, but so yes, crap happens all the time, all over the world. Catalytic converters get stopped up, cars quit running, people spend money on things that if they really knew what the real problem was. Oh, by the way, Miss Jones, it's your catalytic converter. You need to replace it, or just put a hole in it or something. But that's going to mess up a bunch of other stuff. And if you mess with your catalytic converter, that catalyst right there is going to start a chain of events, and you're just going to take a stick of dynamite want to blow that some bitch up. You ain't gonna want to mess with your car no more. It'll piss you off so bad. But it is your catalytic converter, by the way. Oh, they're only $300. Put one on today. But so world leaders and world populations, I say populations, because they say the French people or, residents of UK, them folks down under, them aboriginals, and, what about them native folks, they always got to pick on somebody because that's what's going to start the catalyst, right? Well, it's them damn Indians again. Okay. Well, Panama City this last weekend, they had a thing my friend told me today. He said, called Pandemonium in Panama City. And that folks were showing up just to be nasty, just to be aggravating, just to create issues, right? Because this is like spring break time. Panama City, folks come down to Panama City all the time, but in the springtime, and all that. So, but now Pandemonium in Panama City. Why? Because they wanted to. What? Yeah, because they wanted to, and that's it. So, we should look at them folks who just wanted to and go, y'all a bunch of damn idiots, you dumbass. And no, we're not going to support you. I'm not going to get caught up in it. I'm talking about it now because I think it was stupid. I hadn't heard anything else because I've been busy here doing stuff around the farm and everything, and getting hot water heaters going, trying to fix septic tanks, and trying to fix my truck, and trying to plant. Busy, and so, but I will check up on it because I'd like to, read a little bit more about some of the instances. So rather than talking about something I've only kind of heard from a reliable source, but it is hearsay until I read it. But to the point though, why? And the answer was because we can. Why did you start a ruckus? Because we can. Well, because we can. Well, people need to be aware. People are aware. They're aware that you're a dumbass for starting trouble again when it wasn't necessary. Well, we the people need to be heard. You can't find another way. Well, and blacks need to be understood. Well, right now, if you're a black person and you think that creating pandemonium is like going to help your cause, no, people are going to hate your dumb black ass for doing it. And black people are going to hate your dumb black ass. So don't do it. Oh, no, but pandemonium in Panama. You got to, these people are just dumbasses, right? But we should react to this catalyst of let's create havoc and say, I'm not going to give any energy to them people. I'm going to be pissed off for a couple of minutes because they're dumbass and they did it, and trying to get other people mixed up, the catalyst, mixing it up and creating a volcano of vinegar and baking soda. Because what they want with these things is an eruption, right? They want something to erupt out of this. So, my spirit guides have been very nice today in helping me to, being able to graphically picture this in your head by a vinegar and baking soda volcano. You know, they're creating it. What do? We keep an eye on these silly bastards, Tucker Carlson, blah blah blah. Oh, and what's his name? Was fired or let go from CNN, and Mike Wallace or somebody, and he's got this thing, and oh, they all got a story. Oh, and Will Smith slapped what's his name? Chris Rock. Okay, all right. I still don't know why, because I haven't like watched why Will Smith slaps Chris Rock at the Oscars. Well, both of them got a crap load of attention, didn't they? for whatever they did or didn't do, or for whatever reason or non-reason. Oh my God, it's all a buzz, right? Chris Rock's got something to say about it, and this person's got that to say. This person over here's got something to say. Oh my God, create another catalyst, right? At the Oscars, okay? Do you not kind of feel where this is going with these people? And that they continue to want to find our trigger points. And because their last attempt at the COVID scare thing ain't worked a poo. Go into an auto parts store today, I won't mention which ones, great big sign on the door. Help us protect our employees and yourselves. Wear a mask. I open up the door, nobody in the store, especially the employees, have a mask on. I didn't have one. Neither did my friend. We walked in the store. Nobody else that I remember when we were in the store came in that had a mask on. Big sign, corporate policy. Help us save America and our employees. Wear a mask. So much for that because the employees ain't got them on either. But so they want that's a catalyst. They want to make their employees feel uncomfortable because they put the sign on the door. They took the sign down that most businesses down here in Georgia had up that said, um, if you walk into any business, you enter at your own risk, regardless of wearing a mask or not. Now, this auto parts place took the state law down, which everybody had taped to their front doors, and put their own sign up that said, you must wear a mask on the premises. And, we strongly suggest. Okay. Well, that's against what the state law says, that we enter at our own risk, regardless of mask or not, regardless of distancing. We enter at our own risk. It's up to us to make the decision. Nope, corporate policy, new sign on the door, screw Georgia law and what it entails. And for the last 2 years, now they got their own policy. Nobody's sick, the pandemic thing, but their new policy on the door of their store, you should wear a mask to save our employees. What? Ain't it like 2 years too late? Um, I'm just saying. So is anybody paying attention to that? Nobody I saw while I was there going in and out of the store or any of the employees. So are they trying, was it that's their attempt as a corporate business and a big one, big business, auto parts store nationwide, to scare their employees. And if folks come in here in the store and they ain't wearing a mask, they're putting you at risk. That's what they're saying. Because, help save our employees and keep everybody safe and wear your mask. Haven't we gone past that? You know, more trigger points. Now, is it in the news? No, but it's on the door of their business as you walk in. If anybody pays attention and reads, I was shocked at it because I was like, what? I mean, like, seriously, what? What happened to the enter at your own risk and everything? And shouldn't that mean that your employees work at their own risk? Well, they've entered the store, haven't they? But I mean, but seriously, let's back this bus up some. In that they're trying, like Michelle said before, they're trying to use the same tactics over again. Why, after all this time and the mask and Fauci and all this, are they suddenly to me suddenly that here's this new proclamation of the store policy. So it's not just the government who have bought into this thing, but they have gotten, government has helped to get big business and big money onto this same, I'm going to cuss, the same fucked up train that they've been trying to keep us on the last 2 years, right? And it's just, it's screwy. So people are worrying about Putin when we've got corporations in America that want to go back to forcing people into wearing masks in their stores. Really? So, oh, let's all be worried about Putin. Shouldn't we be worried about these large corporate American corporations who are trying to set policy through their statements? Well, if you want to come into my store, you're going to have to wear a mask because we don't want our employees to get sick. Well, then how come they ain't wearing one? Because they think it's stupid, like the rest of us, and that it's useless, right? But the corporate policy has changed. Now, what's up with that? And it ain't just this one chain, okay? There's a place near Nashville, Georgia, that makes a product, a sporting goods type thing, and we're paying their employees $200 a piece to go and get their round of shots. Not being reimbursed by the government, paying their employees $200 a piece to go get all their vaxes. Oh, hey Steve, how are you? Hardly place in my town wears a mask anymore. Yeah, mostly here too. A few businesses farther out hardly wears a mask. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's 111 here. Thank you, Michelle. I caught it just before it turned to 112, but still 111. Anyway, but to the point though, so there has been a big shift in the thinking of this, but the shift has moved in a way that is like, what is this auto parts store doing with this? Y'all should wear a mask in our stores. And wait, hold it, hang on. I mean, wait, what? It's 2 years too late, but they're promoting it now. So that's a catalyst. That's another trigger, right? Well, you go into a store and you go, wait a minute, they're saying that we should wear a mask. Well, I thought the pandemic was over. But now here's this big auto parts place, people going in every day, going, now they ain't paying attention because they ain't wearing a mask, right? And the people inside ain't wearing, but so what's the point of them doing it, right? They did it because they believed the lie. And they want you to believe the lie if you go into their store. So, ain't that like mixing vinegar and baking soda together to see what will explode? They're videotaping people going in and out of the store for security purposes. So, what if they say, listen, we've had all of these people come into our stores, even though the state of Georgia said no store is liable, it's enter at your own risk. So, this chain is not liable. But what if their employees get sick? Well, how are you going to know it's one of us that gave it to them? What if the kid comes home from some outing with thousands of people and they bring COVID home with them and you get sick with the flu, but it ain't got nothing to do with anybody that comes in the store, How are they going to prove it? Well, and they're going to place blame then. We have told our employees and we put a sign on the door. And so if anyone gets sick within our stores, we're going to blame it on you, even though the state of Georgia says, nah, can't do it. What's the deal? What is this agenda? So I'm really curious as to why big business has decided after 2 years to take this really odd turn of events, because they've obviously had to turn. Now, did I have to think of this too, in that did they start this like a while ago and it's taken them a while to like implement it? And somebody in the corporation says, well, we already started it. We might as well go ahead and hand this shit out and just go on. We already got the money in it. Let's just go ahead and send it out. And, versus, man, we're not, I mean, they're the clear stencil that, um, with the words on it, so that you wet the glass, clean it, and kind of peel this off like a decal, right? So they went to a little bit of money to make these things, right? To pass them out and to have their employees put this sign on the door. Got to clean it, you got to peel it off and make it stick, use the squeegee to get the bubbles out. So they've made these decals. Now, did they make them and the just-in-time supply line? Think about this. Didn't get there on time. So when they did get them, the order comes in and they go, God Almighty, we got 10,000 of these sons of bitches. What are we going to do with them? Send them out to the stores and tell them to put them on the doors. We've already paid for them. Now there is that. Okay, I gotta admit there that is a very viable dumb excuse. Okay, like putting, yeah, absolutely, Steve, like putting a Mentos in a soda pop. Absolutely. So, um, and they're trying to find different ways to get a reaction, whether it's a Mentos or vinegar and baking soda. But dry ice and water, absolutely. A lot of stuff. Smoke on the water, fire in the sky. I say that because they were doing a lot of burning around here, a lot of smoke in the air today. Um, I was glad I burned what 3 weeks ago now, sort of. But anyway, but so these crazy people. Did I miss a 20? No, that's the date. It's 3:20. What? No, I didn't think it was on that late. No, it's 1:17 in the morning time. So in this idea of um, catalyst, cataclysm. I was trying to add catalyst to cataclysm. Ooh, mothballs and bleach will start a fire. I've never tried that. I don't have any mothballs. I may not have any bleach either because the smell of it just is the trigger point for me. But anyway, so I think we all should keep our crusty eye on these crazy people, because if you notice, don't take my word for it. Just look out there yourself, right? And just watch these crazy folk. They're coming up with like what, like the sign on the door, 2 years later when nobody's wearing a mask, the corporation of AutoZone, I wasn't going to say it, is promoting this. I'm sorry, I had to call them out. What? Yep. So anyway, it will also make me think twice about buying auto parts from them too. I had to buy one the other day because I couldn't find one anywhere else, but also didn't see a sign on that door of that store in Moultrie. But I'm going to keep an eye out now because when I noticed it today in a different town, I was like, what the hell is this going on? They're trying to re promote this. They're trying to re scare us. They're trying to trigger us again into we're all going to die. Corporations, AutoZone. There, I said it. Was it? They're going to deny it? There's a sign on the door. I mean, you better peel them off quick. But I mean, honestly, what are these people's intent? We kind of figured what the government's intent was, right? But the talk about the virus and stuff has gone way down. And the masky thing and the this and the that and the blah 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 and the mandates, it's all calmed down. So, but then why are corporations independently bringing it back up? And what is the corporation's incentive in this? They had to spend money on them decals. They had to spend the money for the employee to put them on their doors. But to the point, though, what's their intent? What's behind them spending money when it's already been proven and so many people have already had their shots and all this? Scratch your head. What's up with these people? Literally, what's their intent? It's one. It's 1:20, folks. Thank you. My spirit message on this, after being under my truck and taking my catalytic converter apart, was that catalytic, catalyst, converter. So they're trying to convert us by creating a cataclysm, right? By mixing different subjects, people, religions, countries, and to create that explosion of vinegar and baking soda, of Mentos in a soda pop. Dry ice in water, as Steve suggests. You're letting too many secrets out. Well, that's your own dang fault, Steve. It was good talking to you the other day too, by the way. But so in the grand scheme of all this, though, I'm pointing out that things are weirdly fishy, you know. But do um, corporate members of corporations, them bigwigs, they do a lot of talking behind closed doors politically and this and that. So, y'all keep an eye out it just because I'm curious as to what future events would be by what they kind of instigated here recently. What catalytic thing are they seeking? Now, I would say this right off the bat: confusion. Okay. State of Georgia passes a law, enter at your own risk. AutoZone puts a sign on and says, we'd really like you to wear a mask to save our employees. What? So, but the state says it's okay. Wait a minute, but we're a corporation, you know. We're a private corporation. We're not governmental. We can close our doors. We can refuse the right to serve you. And it's like, okie dokie. But what does that do to us, the human population? We're getting a mixed signal. Government ain't pushing it some more. The state of Georgia said it's okay, enter at your own risk. Then why is a corporation telling me, wait a minute, let's back this bus up 2 years and we all want you to wear a mask? Ain't it confusing? Yeah, I've been thinking about it ever, ever since I saw it this evening. Like, what the hell is this business? And why? And just like I'm talking now. So it'd be curious. Maybe nothing happens, but still, what were they thinking, to do this? Um, they got to, was it really for the health of their employees? When there's a lot more evidence that wearing the mask will make you sicker over the long run, then, just saying. So, do they want to kill their employees by making them wear a mask and using them as the excuse to promote the dumb shit, right? What's up? But all of it, all of it are the chemical compounds, the catalyst for whatever they want to happen. And I think they're expecting different results from different places. But what each one of these things that they do is to keep us confused, to keep people scared, um, to the idea of the chaos theory. Oh my God! So they're promoting chaos through auto parts stores and through these other avenues that are now requiring and insisting or suggesting strongly that you should follow this policy of wearing a mask in our store. Okay, what? I mean, 2 years later, you gotta wonder. So, what's going to come out of it? I don't know, but it's going to be curious as hell to watch, right? So, you keep an eye on it on your end. I'm, of course, going to keep an eye on it at whatever, happens and scurries around. But the idea that it's happening at all is like, what a bunch of dumbasses. That's all I want to say. Yeah, I mean, the corporate guys, you dumbasses, the guys that moved our company that I worked for down to Mexico, they lost money on that deal because guess what? They're a bunch of dumbasses, you know. But I know I'm on a kick, right? I'm on a roll with this dumbass thing. But I swear, you look at him and go, I thought these people had some intelligence. I mean, a little bit. I mean, I know rednecks in the swamp got more smarts than these people do. I mean, really. And they're making buku bucks and making us look stupid. Are they? Now that's the other thing. Are they trying to do this to show how compassionate we are? We feel for our employees and we like to feel them up as well because anybody that will wear a mask, we have just screwed up their anal cavity. Bend over. Dr. Bendover is in the house and he's wearing his mask, boys and girls. So you won't know what his face looks like while he's porking you from behind. Spread them cheeks, baby, and spit, 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 because the corporation's going to screw you for all you're worth. Wee! Wasn't that fun, boys and girls? How does your bunghole feel? What? I'm sorry. Dr. Bendover is out of the building. Hey, Scratch. Hey, Coleslaw. How you doing? Plenty of those. Yeah, years ago, I've talked with my good friend uh, Tom today, and we've been friends for at least 40 years, at least. And he's about my age. I think I'm maybe a year or two older, but really close. And dear Tom, he's lost his upper body strength, and I really wanted to go kayak with me. He said, I can't, Dave. And I said, well, good. Then you sit in front of the canoe and I'll paddle. But, old age and things and stuff and what we used to be able to do. But anyway, my good friend Tom, when we worked at this one uh, company before, as machinists and engineers and so forth. Um, the corporation screwed us royally on our we it was a profit sharing corporation supposedly, and the corporate earnings and the quarterly earnings, and we had really busted our tails and had produced above and beyond, made some orders happen um, ahead of time. They were shipped ahead of time, thus being more profitable than being late. But when the company came in and they had this new CEO kind of thing, then it was like, oh, look, here comes management. Oh, and look, and Dr. Ben's with them. And everybody in the shop, they didn't get it. And it was like Dr. Ben, Dr. Bendover. They come in here to screw us one more time. We weren't going to get our quarterly um, profit sharing check, and we had busted ass so that the next quarter would be good and we would all throughout the plant um you know uh, benefit from this. That didn't happen. So Dr. Ben Dover was created, and so we would spend our days mulling over how we had gotten screwed. And we came up with these wonderful storylines and stuff about Dr. Bendover and Nurse Phelan. And I mean, it was just, it was nutty. It was funny. It was great coming up with stories like that. And but Dr. Ben, he's kind of been in Anita Dick. Yeah, there you go. It was like, Rusty Bed Springs by I.P. Knightley. Under the Grandstands by Seymour Butts. Remember those? Bohica? I don't get that one. No. So, but in the grand scheme of things, I really do think Dr. Ben is back in so many ways. Look, there's Dr. Ben. What do you mean? Bend over. You're fixing to get screwed by somebody. The oil company, woo, at least they've got oil to lube you before they ram it to you. You know, ooh, why, I haven't felt like this in years. Oh, what am I sitting on, Sonny? It's Dr. Ben and his penile servile. Never mind. I don't want to go down that road. But that's really what they're doing in some really odd and kinky ways. Like, okay. So now with springing and have already sprung, and there are certain things that seem to be in the background. But and I say the background, it's in the news, but they haven't really been like kicking it about certain subjects, but it is in the news. And at the moment, I had a couple of specifics earlier and I forgot. But just keep an eye out for you. They'll make a casual comment about something, and it won't be like a 3-minute news thing. It'll be like a 30-second blurb. Keep an eye on some of the 30-second blurbs that are going to be coming out here in the next couple of weeks, especially with April 1st coming up on Friday. April Fools, everybody. That um, some of those little 30-second blurbs here in the next month or so, and I can't tell you which ones, but um, I'll see that a word or hear a word or somebody's using this again. Like, wait a minute. And I kind of feel sort of like a web bot in a way, like what's his name used to do, and I can't remember his name either at the moment. I'm tired and had a long day, but so but just keep an eye. on the news in general, and just and certain words are seem to be popping up that are suddenly becoming more popular to use. Like, wait a minute, where did this come from? I can't remember the ones that came to mind earlier. So if one comes up, I'll tell you. But anyway, just keep an eye on the news in print, in word. Don't worry about it. But there's going to be certain words that pop up, and I don't know where it's leading us, but they're going to try to lead us in a particular direction. You see, and we need to be aware of it. Now, do we want to go down this old dirt road that is rained recently and it's muddy and slicky and got great big potholes in it? Or are we going to take a left and go down a paved road and take a little detour? It's a mile or two out of the way. We can't go straight there. But we're not going to get stuck in the ditch. We're not going to get stuck on this clay dirt road out in the middle of the country. I'm thinking the one just down the road from me that gets nasty as hell. And or you get to that road where the road changes and go, I ain't going down that dirt road. I think I'll stay on the paved road and go this way. Well, that's just being smart, but that's also paying attention and a lot of other stuff. It's knowing that, hey, when it rains, dirt roads usually get sloppy, especially clay roads. So if it's been raining recently, are you going to go look for the first dirt clay road to go see if you can stay out of a ditch? You know, oh look, no, I'm not going down the paved road. I'm going down this 2.5 mile slicky ass clay road because I just love it. I know best. I'll be okay. Then you call the wrecker to get you out of the ditch. So in some of this stuff, the subject matter, the topics that just kind of pop up, and I go, that was a strange topic. You know, that over there, what? They're mentioning this again? Just keep an eye out for yourself. And I can't think of anything right now because there were several things this last day or so. I was like, they're talking about that again, but I can't remember what that is at the moment. So, but anyway, um, they're trying to be crazy and bring back things that failed before. But I'm wondering under what premise, what their motivation is, but they are okay. So don't be scared, okay? Keep an eye on these crazy bastards because I think we should all stand out in front of the store and go, dumbass, and shout together. Whatever you're trying to pull, dumbass, because we're smarter than you, dumbass. Oh, Bo, he got bend over here. It comes again. Oh, so that is Dr. Ben, what you just said. It's good to see y'all in here, Coleslaw and Scratch. And of course, Michelle and all y'all and Steve, it's always good to see you too. And I'm there are times when I think I am a little bit or maybe way too much preachy on certain things. But we just need to keep an eye on, and I am being preachy in this, in that let's keep an eye on these crazy people, as I continue to suggest, but that it shouldn't piss us off. If anything, we should be laughing our ass off. I mean, really. Well, Hawkeye, don't you take this seriously? Yeah, this is the time they've tried this, but I'm going to laugh my ass off. Are you worried they might do it? Well, maybe, but I don't think so. If they really try to pull it off, I'm going to laugh and see how badly it fails. Could somebody get hurt? Well, yeah, but, are world events as tragic as they want to make them out to be? In places, it is bad. I ain't gonna lie. I'm still praying for the people who are getting bombed. I'm still praying for people in Africa who are getting hacked up with machetes. Okay. I'm still praying for the poor children who are hooked on huffing gas and also on glue in some of these African nations who go hungry for days and they'll pay $10 or something for a little bit of glue because they're fixing shoes or whatever. And kids are being comatose in the streets huffing glue. I huffed airplane glue when I was a kid, but I didn't know it. I was in a closet, small room, putting models together legally and tripping my balls off because I was high on glue. Didn't know it. Whoo, them fumes, let me tell you, right? So, but yeah, maybe that's part of what's wrong with my brain today. But honestly, ain't nobody talking about that kind of stuff. Dante has brought it to the our attention for those of us who watch his channel and his videos. And so these are very real things, but you don't see them in the news. You don't hear of this or that or turmoil over there and local problems over here. And no, because they want to make sure you hear what they want you to hear, whether true or not. They're controlling the news. But when certain words start popping up, you got to go, what? Is that a warning? Have you heard this word before? No. Have you heard about this country lately? No, but it's been popping up in the news lately. Those are the types of things we need to not worry about, but keep an eye on. Because you say, wait a minute, they keep talking about Tonga. Okay, another earthquake in Tonga. Well, okay, and Tonga this and Tonga that. And well, what's up with Tonga? And why is everybody talking about Tonga when they ain't talking about nothing else? Tonga this and Tonga that and the South Pacific and blah 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 and Tonga. And there was a period of time where Tonga, I don't know about now, I haven't seen it, but it's been a year or so back, and there were some big earthquakes and stuff down there, but there was a lot of talk about Tonga this and Tonga that and Tonga, and then all of a sudden there was this earthquake, and some more talk about Tonga. And I just found it interesting that they were talking about Tonga and then the earthquake happened. Like, did somebody know about this? Uh, you know, kind of brought it to our attention and then, ooh, Tonga is a small island in the South Pacific. But it seems like everybody, whether they know where it is, have heard of the islands Tonga, right? Oh yeah, Tonga. What about it? I don't know. Out in the ocean somewhere. It's a tiny little piece of island. I mean, New Jersey's is bigger than Tonga, probably. Um, I mean, we never hear of Rhode Island, so why should we hear? No offense to Rhode Islanders, but um, we never hear of anything about Rhode Island. So why should we hear anything about Tonga? My point is, they will pick something that, for whatever the reason is, maybe there is really something going on for us UFO folks and earthquakes and things. Maybe there's some strange things in the ocean down around Tonga or something else that they would continue to draw our attention to it. Well, there's another earthquake, Tonga. Okay. But is there actually a hidden message in it or a future event or something? Okay. Just saying. Because sometimes they start talking about something and all of a sudden, a week or two, maybe it's a little longer, that something happens with where they were talking about now. So, um, in my observations, hey, Dominic, So what do? We keep an eye on them. And if it gets close to home, wherever home is for you, you put your helmet on and keep your head down when it's necessary. You pay it closer attention, you know? You don't be a dumbass like they are, and you do your best to try to keep your wits about you. Because any situation that might end up being kind of hairy, calm and level headed thinking in any of these extreme situations. Now, you all have heard me talk about that time when me and my friend Tim were coming back from Moultrie, and there was a bad accident, and a gentleman was in a burning truck, and his leg had been cut off just below the knee. And we took him to the side of the road, treated him for shock. I kept his leg as best I could. The ambulance came. They they saved him, put him in the ambulance, and you've heard me tell this story before, but it's true. And the thing is that through the whole incident, as much as I wanted to scream because here's this guy's leg is missing and it's all shred there, it looks nasty, okay? Like in the movies, nasty. A war, somebody gets their leg blowed off, nasty. I'm saying. Never expected to ever be in a situation like that myself. But what kept the situation from being any worse than it already was the fact that we did not panic. We didn't panic. So in any severe situation, no matter what it is, the term cooler minds prevail. Absolutely. If you're frantic and you're not prepared, I wasn't prepared for what we did that night. But in my head, I was prepared because I've had emergency treatment and, training through Boy Scouts and other things, emergency treatment and so forth. And I've practiced a lot on myself from wounds that's happened, But honestly and frankly, so um, whatever the situation is, first we don't panic. When our heart starts to racing and we want to throw up and puke, there's a person laying here that is in a bad accident. And I'm sorry, but I can't allow myself to puke and throw up and be grossed out by the situation because he could die from this. And me getting all upset and freaky and frantic is going to make him worse or them worse or whatever. So what's the best? So for you, your safety, your family, your friends, weird things start happening and you freak out. How's that going to help the situation? Oh, the war in Russia and the Ukraine and Putin's a monster and shut up. Just shut up because you're making it worse. Well, he is a monster. Is he? Honestly? You listening to these folks? Okay. They think he's a monster. But is he actually? So, but you participate. Well, I heard Putin's a monster and Putin this and Putin that. So you're part of the catalyst. You have become a part of the chemical mixture that they want to see how high the Coke bottle thing with the Mentos in it is going to fly. They want to see if it's going to go over the house or not, because there have been people to shoot them over the house kind of thing. Never null and void. How you doing, Dominic? But so anyway, there's a lot of stuff extra that's coming. Dante has warned us that The 2017 to 2024 was going to be a really strange time frame. There have been a lot of other quote predictions. Um, and and I gotta say that in just keeping an eye on different places and different topics and different channels and so forth, I kind of got the feeling that something is still on the horizon, whatever it is. And some say it's, those of us who have listened to, oh man, Linda Moulton Howe, for example, and some Fade to Black and Jimmy Church and some of them folks, and which I have listened to for many years. And there's good information in that. But here's one of the things that, it was Werner von Braun said that, there was this higher agenda with the Nazis or whatever, and there was going to be this, and then we're going to try this, and then we're going to try World War III. And then if that didn't work, then comes the fake alien invasion. So they're trying to do the war with Putin, Russia thing, right? They've been trying to push that bear. And so far, right? Um, but we also have to look at the fact that NATO and the rest of the world are putting cruise missiles on the border of Russia and the Ukraine pointed at Moscow. If um, if the Russians or anybody else or the UN were to, you know, invade Virginia, for example, and decide to put rockets on the border oh, aimed over the Potomac at Washington, we would be livid over that, right? Well, in a lot of ways, that's what's happening. And so, but Putin has no right. I'm just saying, there's more to this. And they're telling you, we're sending $10 billion worth of weapons to the Ukraine. Why? Well, to support the Ukrainians. No, they're sending the weapons to continue the war, to continue the conflict, to continue to throw things into the mix to see what kind of catalyst would happen, to see what kind of baking soda vinegar volcano will spew up out of this. So they are doing it. They are mixing these little peoples and stuff together. But remember, you ain't got to participate. We do, and it is our duty to keep it on these these dumbasses, to continue on that theme. But it is up to us whether or not we choose to accept or reject those feelings that are attached to these little instigations, to these little volcanoes, to these little thingies that they're trying to get us to believe or change or stay pissed and angry about and and keep us confused. We are all smarter than that. And so we need to have faith within ourselves. I see what y'all are doing, and I got faith in me and my friends. We got this. Go ahead, yap at us and whatever, but we got this. But what if all the stores are there's nothing on the shelves? Well, then I'll go out and eat grubs. I can eat worms. I could be down on the river fishing a lot more than I am now. I'm going to be trapping things. I'm going to be looking for some crawdads. I'm going to be, eating bugs. I'm going to be surviving. What are you going to be doing? Well, I'm going to be worried that Putin's going to start new World War III and throwing it and Rocket Man. Okay, have a great day. I'm going to go, grubbing. I'm going to go spending the day smiling and being in the woods and maybe looking for some food and um, learning plant life and things. Well, what if there's a food shortage? It's a big planet. There's all kinds of food in my yard right now, different types of greens and things. Do you know about them? Well, I don't know, but the store shelves. Okay, what about native edibles around you? What about that? Do you know anything about that? Well, no, I wish I, but okay. Then you're worried about starving to death, but you're not trying to learn what's already growing naturally around in your area. You paying attention? No. Well, because the shelves are in the stores. Well, then start reading, start learning. If there ain't no food in the store, what are my options? My options is to go forage for food like our ancestors did for thousands of years. Oh, do you know what to forage for? No. Then you're going to be hungry. So, do you have the opportunity to learn? Yeah. Raise your hand. Do you see the writing on the wall? If there's going to be food shortages, shouldn't you be learning how to forage for food in your neighborhood or locale? When other people are starving, you're picking greens and edibles and you're still healthy and full. What? How do you work around this? Educate yourself because we have lost so much because of our lifestyles in society. 100 years ago, there were people who were foraging for food, feeding each other, you know, rabbits, roadkill, okay, making roadkill stew. Um, his main channel now is called The Cause Forever. And it might be The Cause Forever plus one, actually, but it's The Cause Forever. And I think it's a plus one. But anyway, that's his. Right, start gardening. I cleared a bunch of property. I still haven't uploaded those videos, but I've got a bunch of seeds here, and it's time for me. We've been working on other projects, but one of the things I need to do is get these seeds in the ground now. I'm already a week late, kind of thing, but stopped up commodes and septic tanks that won't work, and Scratch, you're right about that. But people um, don't always see it. It kind of sort of a line from Dante's videos that you know, but folks don't always see it. That the answer's right in front of them. But for me, a long time ago, whatever didn't really drive me, but it was my curiosity, and still is. How did the pioneers make it on what little they had back then and survive? And under the circumstances, fairly comfortably. Um, you know, you always hear me talk about Native American things, but you know, having been in a real teepee, a real lodge, under the right circumstances, they're comfortable and easy and all of the above, and so, but you don't know about certain things and how comfortable something could be in a very simplistic way. Okay, um, so how do you get by uncomplicating your life? You're going to have to get down to, you better learn how to forage. You better have some books because if the lights go out, then what? Now, I want to share with you to not scare with you, but um, y'all know there's been a lot of activity coming off of the sun recently, and in some ways, it's kind of sort of getting progressively worse. But A couple of years ago, we weren't in this solar cycle, the Mondrian minimum and everything, and we're in it, okay? But one of the other things that seems to be like really important to keep an eye out on is some of how powerful we've got a solar flare coming in like now, or it may have just hit us, or it's going to be soon. It's a big mother, right? I am more worried, if I was going to worry about something, that we would have a Carrington event. In other words, what happened back in the 1800s, 1880s ish, when they had that solar flare that fried every um, electrical wire and telegraph office and killed people. You know, I'm worried about that more than I am anything else. But am I worried about it? No, but could it happen? Yeah. I'm more worried about that happening than them flipping the switch and shutting off the power. Okay. Um, but I don't want to worry about that either. But my point is, because it's been a long time since we had an event like that, the longer between events, the greater the possibility of having an event because of frequency. So I would say to y'all, listen, keep an eye on the sun and not necessarily be worrying about Putin and Russia and all them. But if we get a really good solar flare, whoever's on that side of the sun that day is going to get whacked big time. And the Carrington event, because we're all connected in so many ways, um, the the electrical charges and magnetism and all the stuff that goes with these events are just going to kind of multiply, bounce off the atmosphere. It's going to be really danged interesting. And I'm not wishing for one, but if one does happen while I'm still alive, I'd kind of like to see it just to see what the hell it looks like, right? Plasma balls and whatever. I'd just kind of like to witness it because it ought to be freaky and you don't see them very often. So, but anyway, um, I think there's many things that are trigger points, and there are these higher muckety mucks that obviously think they know what they're doing for us is for the best of us sheeple. Too many people are awake now, even though they don't know what they're many of them don't know what they're awake for or about, but they're paying attention to something. So I think we're making progress in the long run. But we're still at the mercy of these idiots, right? The big guys, because they set things in motion. People that might be in motion don't know what the motion is. They're, hey guys, we want you to deliver this package, to Atlanta. Okay. Well, what's in it? Well, it's just a package, none of your business. But you're a trucking and hauling firm, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, here we're hiring you to take this big box to Atlanta and deliver it to this address. And is the check good? Yeah. Okay. We're out of here. So somebody's hauling something. Don't know what. It's a package. It's a job. It all seems legit, and it's really none of your business to go peeking in the box, right? So, but you deliver it to Atlanta and there's a time bomb in it. You don't know this, you're just delivering it. You leave, drive away, and 6 hours later, this package blows up and tears up something in Atlanta and really makes a mess. Now, are you responsible because you drove it to Atlanta? As your job in the manifest, you didn't know what was in it. You didn't know what was supposed to blow up. If you'd known that, would you have said something? Maybe, hopefully. But to the point though, can I blame the person who drove the truck? No. to the people who put it in the box and shipped it? Maybe not them either. Who should take the blame? For the people who dreamed it up. That's who, right? Not the people who put it in the box. What's this? Don't worry about it. Okay. Package, bang, bang, cover it. Trucker, hey, we just put this thing in a box and you're going to take it to Atlanta. Okay. So there's all these willing participants because it's their job. But they don't realize they're, quote, willing participants in a mass murder or a bombing, right? Because they don't have any idea what's there. But as soon as you realize, oh my God, they want me to take this great big crate. Well, on this crate, why are there stencils of like explosions and um, stay away from open flames, no cigarettes, and but it's just a package going to Atlanta. So there are all these participants in something they're not aware of. So that's going on a lot right now. It has been, but people are starting to wake up and go, wait a minute, what am I doing this for? You want me to deliver this package to who? Or why, or when? Um, so in the grand scheme of thing of this catalytic converter in the world agenda, the Novus Ordum, I'm sorry, I'm tired and my words ain't coming quite out. Steel wool and a 9-volt battery can start a fire. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, somebody's going to force it on you, and that regret it. Um, I've talked about this before, but we're in a situation right now where we need to like be in our P's and Q's about this. Years ago, when I first started this channel, and I topics that people didn't want me to talk about. I've been called a heretic and a blasphemer, and that the devil was talking to me, and all kinds of stuff, right? But I was warned about it from my Mother Mary connection thing, and so I was aware of it. But here's the thing: what I wasn't aware of was when I got an email or something like that I would open it up and I would read it. And folks would be tearing me up one side and down the other about how stupid I was and my ideas and somebody ought to shoot me. And I read these things and I got so depressed and I was like, oh my God, what in the hell am I doing this for? I don't want people to hate me. You know, I know this is my mission in life and so forth, but I don't want people to hate me. I know that I'm gonna piss some folks off with some of these discussions, but God, I don't want people to shoot me and wish me dead and all this stuff. You know, what I mean, whoa, that was. Oh, wait a minute. Here's the thing. So my dear messengers said, hey, Hawkeye, yeah, you don't have to read that email. Well, they sent it to me and they wanted me to read it and they said, "Yeah, but you don't have to open it. You don't have to read it. You can scan it and go, nah, and delete it." But they sent it now to read it. It's a comment. And I realized that when I read them comments at first, oh my God, I was pissed and this and angry and crying and holy crap. And then I got it. And I was like, wait a minute. You can't, you're getting emotionally involved in this, ain't you? Yeah. Didn't we tell you to like just delete the damn thing? Well, yeah, but I wanted to see what this person had to say. Well, then it's your own damn fault if you're letting your emotions get the best of you because you have the choice to accept or receive the energy that they sent with the email. If they're cursing you out and calling you a fool and you read it and you react to it, then you accepted what they sent you. What? Yeah, you know that bad feeling you got inside right now? Yeah. You accepted it because you opened it, you read it. Oh, and by God, you had to reply to the damn thing. Have we not taught you anything, Hawkeye? Should we start calling you Dave again? In a way, that's a downgrade, right? So, but in reality, though, when I tell y'all with my prayers, to accept and receive the gifts from the universe, the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings, to accept and receive it, right? Well, that's the good stuff. But I also have said many times reject those things in your life which create chaos or bring chaos to you. So, yeah, accept and receive the free stuff from the universe. But when 3D individuals are trying to send you mean stuff and you stay tore up about it and you stay upset about it and you accepted the chaos they sent you, whose fault is it? The person who sent it? Eh, no, you're to blame because you opened it and accepted reading it. And if you're being pissed or crying or whining, then you accepted that too. So, guess what? You are your own worst enemy. Now, if I get stuff like that, I read it and go, well, that's an interesting opinion. Okie dokie. Hadn't thought about that. Thank you, dear Miss Michelle. Um, so but I still have the option to accept or reject positive or negative um, email or comments or whatever. Okay, it's my choice to get upset or laugh or cry or get pissed off or, you know, so, or not have any reaction at all. I read it, that's somebody's opinion. I should do this and I'm a that. And okie dokie, that's your opinion. Thank you so much. And I keep going. I don't stop and slurp about it and waller in it or whatever because they don't do no good. It's one person's opinion. Do they really know me? Have they been to my house? Have we shared coffee together? The answer is no. Well, then why am I getting upset on somebody's remarks when they don't really know me? That's all. So, well, okay. And at sometimes somebody made a remark and I go, well, as a as an actor and director and so forth with theater, Um, there are sometimes a director will give you a a note, okay, as to whether or not you did a scene correctly, or you should be more angry or less angry or more whatever, right? So it's a critique. Sometimes there are directors and people who will critique you, and they're mean about it. Well, you just stupid. You should know your lines by now, and you should have been downstage when you delivered that soliloquy. And they eat you up, trying to make it. It's the opposite of what they ought to be doing. And the reason I changed with my director style was instead of beating somebody up about where they should have been, Why weren't you on your cue? Why did you miss this? You say, you turn that around. For whatever reason they did it, you say, listen, how can we make you be on time with your cue? Let's do this over again. Let's practice this again. Obviously, you're having trouble with it because you missed your cue, and you weren't downstage as you were directed. So let's try this again. But hollering and screaming don't do no good, right? So hollering and screaming about these people that we really can't have any effect on. But when we keep our cool and we show, think about it this way, show how growed up we are. Well, you should be pissed off. You know, there's all this stuff, and okay, I see it. I see your point, but I choose not to get upset about it. But doesn't it move you? Doesn't it? Well, obviously, it doesn't trigger me as much as it's triggering you. What do you mean, trigger me? Well, aren't you really upset and cussing and fussing and like throwing shit? Yeah. Well, that's my point. What do you mean? It's triggered you. You're upset. You're throwing things. Yeah, well, what about it? I have the right. This is what I used to say, okay? I'm repeating my own words. And then I've realized, holy crap, I fell right back into the trap I'm trying to get the hell out of. Holy crap. But nobody forced me. I willingly and openly opened an email or a something, and the negative, nasty hate. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're hating me again. I don't care if you like me, but you got to hate me? Now, that's like, whoops. Had not thought about that when I started doing this, right? So now somebody hates me. Okay. I love you anyway, period. But I got offended. And once in a while, something will come along that I'll be offended by. But I always sit back, take a step back, and go, now, why would whatever they're chiding me about, I wonder why they're so pissed off about this. So, and rather than be angry or mad or whatever myself, I will look at their comments and go, well, and I'll have a chat with my higher self. Hmm. And, I go, well, I don't agree with why they got mad, but I could see where they wouldn't understand this. Okay. Everybody's got an opinion, just like buttholes, right? Everybody's got one. Some are bigger and smellier than others, but Oh, and by the way, let me tell you a little story. I worked lights and theater in college. I was goofing around quoting some lines from the play, thinking that I was alone, but the teacher was there. He tried to get me to do a part in another play. Nope. You freeze up. And I open up. I'm nutty that way. I haven't froze up in front of a crowd in a long time. I'm almost shameless in ways, but uh, I have a good time. I love theater and live performances and stuff, obviously, here. Well, look, let me change subjects just a little bit in accepting and receiving, right? So I have a friend here that's been visiting for a week or so, and he's been helping me to reopen the trails down to the river. And we've had to cut through some really dense stuff, but we went down there the other day with surveyor's tape and distinctly marked a really good trail down to the river and to the old fishing camp thingy down there, which is in severe need of help, let me tell you. but it's been very difficult to get down there because the trees down and stuff. Okay, I've talked about that. So we went down the night before, the evening before, marking things with ribbons and stuff, and we each had a walking stick because going through the mud and things, you really need a walking stick. So, um, somewhere down near the river camp, I lost my walking stick, and I went, "Oh crap!" I had to stop and take care of my prostate and bladder condition, and I leaned my stick up against something, and it was dark 30 by then. I mean, dark 30. And we were trying to get by with one little flashlight that I took with us, and we should have been home sooner. But I was pushing forward, and I was like, I really want to get this trail to the camp, and then let's go home. But then I'll be able to sit and go. I've got the trail back. I can get to the river again. I can get to the holy, and it has been great. Let me tell you, but it has been very hard work. So I had to stop to relieve myself. I lost one of my favorite walking sticks, and I went, damn. And I turned around and started to look for it. And my spirit guide said, tomorrow. And I was like, "Oh, tomorrow? Oh, I will never find it. Holy crap." So we came back home, very pleased and proud to have marked the trail as well as we did. We had no incidents coming back in the dark, got right home, had fixed temporarily the little bridge over the water running across the property from Dave's Creek, and got back everything. So then yesterday, I wake up in the morning and walking stick. I'm like, what? So my spirit guides are saying, take a walk. We haven't practiced this in a while. Them nudging me to find something that's down in the woods. Many of you have heard me talk about the time I went to the woods, and I thought was sort of a wild goose chase, and I ended up finding this pair of antlers. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is like finding the antlers, and they go, yeah, you're going to find your walking stick, and I said, okay. So, but I did want to go, both of us, we wanted to go back down there in the daylight, which we did, to see how well the trail was marked and to see where I'd kind of got oh, is it? Yes it is. +2. Thank you. And I will. So hold that thought. Happy 20, everybody. Prayers, cosmic hugs, and good vibes. Screw the rest of the world and their crappy attitude. I'm gonna laugh and find joy and peace in this world, regardless of their stupidity. You keep that attitude going yourselves, y'all. Hey, Alex, I didn't mean to miss you. 1 for 20 past the hour. I just read it. Um, but anyway, so we go down, windy around, and there was a little confusion in one or two places. You couldn't quite see the the bright reddish fluorescent type surveyor's tape because when somehow it had turned sideways, and so you just need to retie it so you could see it from the way we were coming. Anywho, get on down to the river. We're getting close to the camp, And I stopped at a spot and I said, there's the Donaker hole we dug years ago. We were going to put a an outhouse down on the river to make it more convenient. But the issue is when the river floods, the outhouse would float away. But we had dug a hole anyway, for those instances, and we've had a lot of people down the river at the camp at times, so needed something for folks to have an emergency potty break. So I'm standing there, and I tell my friend, I said, "It's nearby." And he goes, "What?" I said, "The stick." I said, "The stick is nearby." Now, the trail we had let out, the markers were to my left literally around this big pine tree. And so I was headed that way, and I go, nah, I'm going this way. I took about 5 steps and stopped. And they said, there it is. And I went, what? And I looked down, and I was literally standing on my walking stick that I'd lost the night before. Now, it's a big woods, you know, and there are a lot of sticks on the ground out there. And the fact that they said, and I'd mentioned, I said, it's over here somewhere. I can feel it. But, you know, so I didn't worry about it. I was like, okay, it's around here somewhere. I was going to go to my left, and I ended up going to my right. And within just a couple of steps, there's my walking stick right in the middle of the trail. And I was like, oh, there you are. Not surprised at all that I had found it. I was slightly surprised that I wasn't being nudged left or right. I guess I was following instincts so well yesterday that I literally went right to where I dropped it. Um, or actually, I leaned it up against a tree and it fell over. But to the point, I was kind of looking because I knew I'd leaned it up against something, but was not looking down on the ground for it. So I'd already scanned with my eyes in the same area where I found it on the ground, and I knew it was nearby. There it is. I brought it home. So it's a continuing reminder to me. You can accept the energy, you can accept your spirit's guides to, I lost my walking stick the night before. They say, go to the woods, we'll show you where it is. I did. I followed the simple instruction, and bing, there it was, brought it home. But to the point, does this work? What do you mean, Dave? Does this connection to the higher self actually work? I don't get what you're talking about, Dave. Well, I mean, the exercises I've talked about with people, um, how do you practice getting to know your spirit guide? How do you get to know how when you lose something, you ask your folks, listen, will y'all help me find it? And with any luck, they'll go, sure, you know, follow us or go over to here. And, um, And I have been entirely wrong at times, okay? But the only way you learn to get better at it is to practice. You will be wrong at times. And at times you'll be so right on, it will freak you, creep you out. Trust your gut or feelings, and trust your gut feelings. That too, Steve. Absolutely. But, um, y'all hear me talking about it all the time. As far as being with your spirit guides. Well, like yesterday and the day before, I was like, oh man, I lost my one. I've got several favorite walking sticks. Okay, but I was like, man, it's got a nice little spring to it. And I was just getting to where I was really kind of liking it. And damn it, lost it. I didn't get upset. I didn't want, I was too tired to like obsess about it, but I was to the point of going to be obsessive about it when I hear in my head, don't obsess about it, Dave. Go back to the house. You're tired, and get some rest tomorrow. Okay. And I looked for another minute or two, but I basically went, you're right. And maybe I've lost it on purpose, unbeknownst to me, in that I do need to have a test with my spirit guides as a refresher course of being able to go down through the woods and find it the next day by having your gut feeling and connecting to your higher self and saying, hey, y'all help me find this. And then trusting that you will. So yesterday it happened again. So in the universe, um, what positive things are there when you learn to work with your higher self and your spirit guides and you get positive results like I did and like I do and have? And I'm sure I expect to have, hopefully, you know, some some more good results in the future, whether I lose something or this or, but by listening to yourself and your spirit guide. So, with that said, with all of these cataclysmic type, catalyst of words and phrases and news feeds and this, that, and the other thing, um, you got to put some faith in your guides, okay? And if they're trying to calm you down, but you ain't listening, or maybe you find that you're too calm and don't give a crap, you might want to check that out too. In that, are you not paying attention? Do you don't think that's a serious topic of discussion? Or are you, or and I mean this nicely, or are you honestly being like chilled about it? Yeah, I see it. It's over there. So big deal. And in that, there's a little bit of nonchalance of like, who gives a crap, right? That's not what I mean. You see it, you've been keeping an eye on it over here on the side, but you have kept your emotions out of it. That's a good thing. You're on the right track. Keep up that good work, okay? And also spread it. If everybody's frantic and upset about a particular subject and you looked at it and went, y'all, get your panties and that wad in your panties, pull it out that butt crack. Pull it out now. Cause you got that your panties is all bunched up right there and it's putting pressure on that, that hole. Pull that bunch out, will you? And sit back down and quit your whining and bitching. And let's chat about this and think about it. Because there are a lot of stuff out there that are once that bunch is up in their tight, and some of these guys too that walk around with their butt cheeks all clenched together like they're trying to hold on to a phone book or something back there. Lord have mercy, you know, a phone book. Hey Mary. Okay, I'll have another hit and but to the point though, so um many points. They're throwing all different kind of mixes at us, the catalyst, to convert us to their way of thinking and to stay envious, hurt, hungry, dissatisfied. They just want us to be that way. Yeah, well, culture. But so um it's okay, but you and I have to keep our faith, knowing that it's crazy town around us, all this other stuff. but I'm going to stay joyful in my heart. Because can the war in Ukraine really affect you? They're trying to tell you it is, but when you actually look at the facts and you go, man, they're shamming me, and they're shamming all of us. Well, screw them. I still have to pay $5 a gallon for gas, but you know, all right, I want the gas. I got to pay it. Um, but I don't believe you sons of bitches. It ain't Russia's fault. Sorry about the gas, but I ain't buying into the, oh, Biden is right and it's all Russia's fault. Ain't buying it, right? So that's how we win it. That when we buy gas, we go, I ain't believing that shit. They trying to sell us that why this gas is so expensive, but I need it and I'm buying it and then hope it goes down soon. You know what I mean? So versus cussing everybody and Russia's to blame, you see. So you talk about it. Why are you putting the gas in? Because you're going to give it good energy. I got to pay for you. Oh my God, you're real expensive. I don't believe them, but I trust. So that keeps you in control of a situation where you may feel that you have no control. So the signposts are here and there and everywhere. Just are you paying attention? And what is your reaction to the signpost when you see it? Like the sign I saw on the AutoZone today. I'm sorry. I'm just decided to call them out on it. But what is this with the mask thingy after all this time? Okay. And what's prompted them? I care because it's curiosity. Steve, you out here? Good to see you again, and take care. Yeah, still working on this world peace. I believe it's more achievable than not, but these crazy folks that still want us to keep us in chaos. So stay out of the chaos. We do have the choice to accept or receive it. And it's up to you. I choose to laugh about some of this shit because it's gotten so nutty. You know, getting pissy about it just ain't gonna do no good. So the catalyst, all of the above, the effects of the catalyst. Is it a Mentos and pop moment that shoots it over the top of the house? Is it a voracious volcano of vinegar and baking soda? Or are we just going to sit in our easy chair and when the 20 comes, we go, well, that's interesting, ain't it, boys and girls? Well, let's have a 20 mark and watch these crazy fools try to tell us again, that we're crazy. When didn't we try this 2 years ago and that we're going to do it again? Come on, Selma, let's have a good time. Wait, that's Selma, not Selma. Selma is in Alabama. And so is Thelma, come to think about it. But anyway, so my dear friends, I love you all. I do. I know there are events and stuff and things. I keep thinking my truck's fixed and then it goes bonkers again. You spend a little money and you think you got it, it goes wacko one more time. Trust me, you all heard me talk about me in my truck. I still love my truck. It ain't her fault. Mazzy, my Mazda. It ain't her fault. But it sure is the fault of, you know, um, explaining what or what not to do. Like there ain't nothing in the brochure that says, well, if your vehicle starts acting like this, you probably got a bad uh, plugged up converter, as in catalytic, can a cat lick a converter? I don't know. Catalytic? That almost sounds nasty. But so when I pulled up this code, by the way, today, 1131, I looked it up in online. I typed in 1131 CO, and it showed me a list of 1131 code, special Ford code. Well, it's a Mazda with a Ford engine. So there's a special code for Ford. What the hell does it mean? They don't say. But when I figured it up and have looked at the situation, it's a clue to the Ford mechanics that you got a clogged, get this, catalytic converter with a cascade of events from the catalyst. So we're going to watch what they do and say. That's the catalyst. And we're going to watch to see how this catalyst of things they put together, whether or not we're going to be converted to their way of thinking. Are we going to be converted because they've tried a slightly different angle? Are we going to believe it any better or worse? Or are we going to get upset more or less? So that's what we're facing. Have faith in yourself. Have faith in us that, hey, listen, we see this too. Ganja, I have no problem that Putin going against the Nazi in Ukraine. Absolutely. Absolutely, Alex. And that's one of the things, Alex, that there are a lot of other people like that Matt guy on the Remnant TV, that he's a representative of many Catholic folk and keeps an eye on Catholic stuff. And he's been right. I think previous video, I put a link to his channel and showing Putin, doing all these wonderful things within the Christian church there, and all the things that he's been doing for a long time to bring Christianity and not communism back to Russia and to the people. And so and it's it's white Christian people who are going, wait a minute, Putin ain't that bad of a guy. And Biden and his son, Hunter, and of course there's the laptop now too, remember. That they won't show, but they keep referring to it. And for many of us who saw it happen back when Biden was the vice president, what was going on in the Ukraine then, a lot of us said, there's something fishy in them Ukraines. And it's been that way ever since. And now that it took, I would say this, hey, Mr. Putin, why in the hell did it take you so long to react? And I think it's this. I think it's because when Trump became president, it slowed the process way down because they couldn't get what they wanted, like Biden's and the Democrats and them folks who started the whole spiel. And Trump was more of a, hey, let's not go to war over this. But when Trump did not get reelected and Biden and all this, and, the guy who created the issue, his son who started the mess, is now the president of the United States. What does Putin think? I ain't got no recourse. I want the Ukraine back. No. So I think between the elections or the fake election with Biden and so forth, and all that's going on with that. The Russians are legitimate in what they're doing because why are we sending $10 billion worth of weapons to them? Why are we involved at all? Because we're going to help the Ukrainians. But see, let's go back. So, but here's the thing: other people are seeing it. White rich people in in society, not long-haired old retired hippies, you know, with an attitude. uh, and I'm like, um, y'all know I've been speaking about this for a while. So, but to see other people talking about it openly with, 200,000 subscribers, I love all y'all. Oh, and by the way, I think there's 5 or 6 new folks who signed up and subscribed here to the channel. I welcome y'all. Thank you. And all you long timers too. Um, I thank you all for being here. And I do consider you my friends. Even though we have not met personally and shook hands or or swapped germs in any way, like, let's get some germs. Or share a drink or share a bowl and sharing germs. I guess I'm a German. Never mind. Oh my God, I found out that I'm German. The Null side of the family. Holy crap, we're like big time German. Oh wow. What? Yeah, my brother. That was interesting. I need to send him a letter too and thank him. Um, but he sent them. He ran across something about the Knoll family and where it went back to, and it goes back to Germany and like here and there. I mean, like 1600s and stuff. And I was like, damn almighty. Um, um, when growing up, they joked that we were Polish. Ah, y'all, you kids are, remember y'all a bunch of Polacks. Well, we used to tell Polack jokes to each other and laugh about it. How many Polacks does it take, to change a light bulb? Two. One to hold the light bulb and the other to turn the ladder. Oh, it's my nightly sneeze attack. But so anyway, um, it is 2:47 in the a.m. time. When growing up, you learn to get your ass kicked, and yep. And sometimes you got your ass kicked, and you really didn't know how or why, because some bully just wanted to kick your ass. Thank you. Ever since I was in a store a couple of months back, and they had cleaned the place with bleach, some kind of bleach, very strong. And I took about 5 steps into the store before my nostrils were burning inside. And ever since that event, 2, maybe 3 times a day, I will have this sneezing spell, which I'm kind of just began. Um, Bullies are here for a reason. Yeah, for us to get our ass kicked, right? And for little kids to, cream their jeans. Oh my God, I peed my pants. Roscoe beat me up again, mother. I was only trying to explain to him that, his muscles, did not ripple in the sun. And I did not care that he lifted 300 pounds. But then he decided to show me what his workout was about. And I'm sorry, but I peed my pants. He scared the crap out of me, Mama. I had to change my underwear twice. His name was Roscoe. Roscoe P. Coltrane. So, but anyway, uh, it's been a long day and a good day. Weird stuff, but hey, what you gonna do? So we learn to survive, accept or reject, and I think the little message under my truck yesterday about the catalytic converter, the conversion of us to their mixing of things creating a catalyst. I was like, holy crap. So all day long yesterday and so forth, I've just kind of been keeping an eye on it. And it has morphed into this like, wow, this was this was some really cool, interesting insight from my folks for us to discuss about this and how chemical mixtures, which each of us has our own little chemical mixture going on, we got our own little essence. So when you get certain people together and that like folks get along, that's a good energy and so forth. And the catalyst of a lot of good people together, singing and smiling and whatever, that's a good positive result from that, right? And so the catalyst is happiness when it all when a plan finally comes together. But if you get um disassociative type folks together who don't play well together or communicate at all, even with themselves, um, you know, the catalyst are two different types of peoples. There is not a harmony. There is a chaos reaction and vinegar soda volcano. Now we know why they're doing it because of the chaos, but try to make it obvious. Uh, Disassembled, that's a good one. And a ways back, it was Nancy Pelosi or whoever, no, it was Kamala, that said that, that we all should, wear masks and do as we're told. No, it was Sotomayor. That's what it was. The Supreme Court justice thingy. That corporations have the right to tell us what to do because workers in the workplace are just like robots. You know, that's what these people think of you and me, and it's a shame because I absolutely feel that some of these people have maybe they sold their humanity, okay? But like some of the remarks that Kamala has made and some of these other politicians and Pelosi and, uh, you know, um, that they say they're compassionate people, but when you listen to their rhetoric and what they're saying, they ain't walking and talking the same thing. They just ain't because their actions speak louder than their words. What? You know, well, I think this and that and this and then what? So we keep an eye on these people, you know. Don't be taken in. We are kind to our neighbors who want to get upset about things, and you must point out to them, yes, there is something weird, but look how absurd it is. Let's laugh and joke because them people are dumbasses, and we see them at their game. We win. What do we win? We win our freedom, because no matter what they do to us, they can't take the freedom of my spirit away, even when they locked me up. And I don't want them to lock me up again. I try to stay out of that kind of, bad stuff. But there are so many people that have put themselves in their own personal prison because of the chaos that's in the world now. Now, I gotta say, they got a really good excuse, but it doesn't make it that they should use that excuse every day as their excuse for life to be shitty. It was okay, you used that last Thursday. Well, this is Wednesday next week, and you're still using the same excuse. Nah, 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 nah. Cut it out. Aren't you supposed to be learning how to do better and how to improve yourself? Well, then you don't keep repeating the same thing over again, especially when it upsets you. You get pissed off, you piss off other people, and wait, what? Oh, yeah, but you want to be a shaman, right? Yes. Well, then quit repeating this negative behavior. Stop it. Pay attention. Learn from your mistake. Listen to your dang spirit guide. Nip, 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 nip. On they go. Okay, so you can make one mistake. So, okay, I messed up. Humming along, life doing, and an almost carbon copy situation pops up again. And danged if you don't get just sucked right back in and you go, ain't haven't I done this somewhere before? And then trouble happens. Maybe not the same kind of trouble but you get into trouble no matter what. Sometimes it might be that you stuck your nose into a conversation that you had no business conversating with. I know this gentleman who thought it was his business to tell his friend's wife how she should act. And, it was like the first time he did it when she was half drunk and wondered why he had a black eye. Well, you dumbass, don't pick on well, it's my friend's wife. I ought to be able to tell her no. Just because you and him are friends don't mean that gives you the right to talk to his old lady. No. And so there are times when folks think that they assume it. I have the right to tell you what to do. Your husband's my best friend. Shut up, dumbass. Stay out of it and ain't none of your business. So when they butt in again, now the wife wants to pull out a knife and cut him somewhere because she wants to. She wants to cut him because he cut into her business. He cut into her relationship. He cut, and now she wants to cut him. So good or bad? Well, it's bad. Now, did this dumbass learn a lesson from the first two times that he interrupted with his good friend, best friend's wife? No. Why? Because he's a dumbass. That's why. Period. I can't explain it any other way than he can't keep his hands, mouth, fingers out of a situation he ain't got no business in. But he jumps in anyway, thinking that he's got the right and thinking that his advice is the best and thinking, so his idea, and because he's the best friend of the husband, he now becomes this catalyst, okay, for the argument, for this upsettedness. So now she's upset. wants to cut him into little pieces with a razor knife, or a broken bottle. Anything will do. And then he tells his best friend, he said, "Man, your wife, she wants to cut me." So now he's got to go home to his old lady and ask, "Why do you want to cut my best friend?" Now, does he believe the story that his best friend ever tells him? Or does he believe his wife that his best friends has been poking his nose into places and saying stuff he shouldn't and pissing his old lady off, his wife, his partner, his lover and mate? Right? So there's this catalyst for an explosion of emotions between peoples. You know, it's not really a triangle per se, but it is. Because the guy who's creating issues with the wife knows that by, he's going to kind of put a wedge between them. That means his good friend will come spend more time with him because he ain't got a date. Nobody go out with his stupid ass and get married. Ha! He'd be better off to, have copulation rights with a sheep, you know. Oh, look, once a month I get to go to the sheep farm and the sheep we go into this little room and it's all woolly and everything. It's woolly time, Uh that one made me laugh. woolly time. Holy crap. Yeah, extemporaneous speaking. Sign up, everybody. We've got classes starting on Wednesday. Oh, it is Wednesday. Damn it. So, yeah, I'm being a little wackier than normal, maybe, but it's a good kind of wacky. With having a lot of stress, things breaking and not working and working hard to try to make them work, it's frustrating and just downright, make you pissed off. But don't be your own catalyst. All right. Somebody somewhere is going to try to draw you into this, right? Draw your emotions in, draw your whatever else, maybe your assets or something. Um, but your petition, please, that's easy for you to say, but your participation in the matter is entirely up to you. So, whoops, I see that, nah, don't want to. Well, hey, but somebody said it was a good movie. Yeah, but, you know, um, it- it's not dubbed. It's, a foreign film. Yeah, but they got captions. Yeah, but the captions are in Russian. Well, they got an interpreter. Yeah, but he's speaking in Swahili. So, but it's a great movie. If you could ever understand what the hell they're talking about, right? Well, but if you know Russian, you can hear it. Now, if you know Slovakian, you would understand it but and you could read the captions if you know, So in a way, it depends on who you know. Favorite song of mine is My Michelle. Yeah, and one of my favorite songs still by the Beatles or Paul McCartney. Michelle, my belle, these are words that go together well. My Michelle, I want you, I want you, I want you. That's all I got to say. Anyway, me these words I know to say that you'll understand. But so, my dear friends, at 3:08 in the morning time, I'm going to get off of here. It's been 3 hours already. Already. I've had fun having talks about this and our interactions and things. And so, in a way, this video has been a catalyst for this conversation. See how this works out? And so, your participation, the chemical makeup of you and me, and of course, we got to say hi to Bob. That's our good friend there in the in computer land, our AI friend, Mr. Bob. We love you. Thank you always. And I mean it. I honestly do. Somebody said, "You really talk to the computer and say, thanks, Bob, the AI?" And I said, yes. Well, what would you do that for? It ain't it sort of like a joke? Well, I don't think it's a joke. And I don't think Bob thinks it's a joke. What? How do I know Bob's in there? I kind of just sort of do. And if the AI's name ain't Bob, he knows I'm talking to him or her or it or them. Are you talking to me, Dominic? Be yourself without something trying to be you. Yep, I agree with that. And I have been myself for a long time. Bobble link. Yeah, there you go. Um, Bob, 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 Baran, Bob, 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 Baran, Bob, 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 Baran, and Beach Boys. Anyway, Bob Baran, come take my hand. You got me rocking and a rolling, rocking and a reeling, Bob Baran, Bob, 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 Baran. Anyway, then me and my crazy self. But um, just in general. That's okay. Um, but remember, you know, the old expression, um, it takes two to tango. So if there's somebody trying to instigate a fight, if you don't fight, if you keep your calm, it's really hard for the other person to fight with you. I mean, if they're not going to react and they go, well, okay, look, I'm just not going to fight with you, but all right, I can understand why you're upset. All right. I hate you. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Aren't you going to get mad? No. And when you can control your temperature as well. But when temperature and temperature and your temper, that temperature of your temper, that's interesting little twist right there. Because when your temperature goes up. Interesting. That's a weird play on that. Um, but we can be a calming reaction to someone else's chemistry or what situations might be thrown our way or leaned our way or just plain out dumped on our head. And that we don't foam about the mouth thinking about vinegar and baking soda, my reference. So the foaming doesn't happen. Why? Well, the vinegar was watered down. Okay. Well, no, the vinegar was good. Well, it it wasn't baking soda. It was something else. And it mixes fine with vinegar. It don't foam up. Hey, Katniss. So this idea that somehow um, if you decide not to mix these two people or situations or contrasting events, create any more negative vibes or whatever. You simply don't put them together, you know? Well, they're trying to put these things, well, okay, let them, but you don't. But, listen, when you figure it out the first time or two and you get the confidence of, oh, holy crap, they just tried to do it to me again. Son of a bitch, they tried to sucker punch me. Damn it. Now and when you become aware of it, and there's an example that is like to the present. And so my reference to 2 days ago, losing my walking stick in the woods and out back, and then yesterday going down to the woods and with very little effort found my walking stick in the woods with a bunch of other sticks. I mean, you say, well, nah, there's a bunch of sticks back there. And to be able to find it the way I did, I was like standing on it when it had fallen over. So, but my point to that is, so when you're confident that you know that you're talking to your spirit guide and you know their advice that you're giving you is good sound advice, then that's a confidence. You can't help, I can't help that they give me confidence by, now I have to go along with it, I have to find it, but they give me little nudges here and there, and I found the stick, much like other items and other things I've talked about. So in the real world, this happened yesterday for me, right? Is it important? Yes, because I could have reacted differently. I could have said, nah, I won't do it. Now, there are a lot of stuff I could have done differently. Instead, we took a walk, and lo and behold, with very little effort, stood right on the damn thing. So in life, your spirits, the creator, the universe, when you choose those right feelings, those instincts that feel good, and you say, yeah, I think this is right. And then when it comes true, doesn't that like bolster you up? Doesn't that make you feel better and go, man, I'm proud I found my walking stick. Thank you, Jesus. And I mean it. you know, you just blaspheming again, Hawkeye. No, sorry, but I meant it. Um, well, that's contrary. You just said thank you, Jesus, and ain't you talking about the Creator and all these Native American stuff? Yeah, well, Jesus was a Buddhist, so and there are a lot of Buddhist traits within Native American teachings, and things. There's a lot of Christian kind of stuff with floods and stuff. So the universe speaks to us all the time in all kinds of little messages and things. What do we do in the future? We keep watching what they're up to. I keep, I'm amazed at like some of the stuff they keep trying over again. I'm just like, are you kidding me? And they're trying to throw that story out there. Um, you know, and Hillary's in the news like daily now. What the They dug up this person, we didn't hear squat about Hillary for years. Now all of a sudden she's out on the news and Trump's going to sue her and Hillary said this and who brought this woman, dug her up from the grave and parading her around now? Why? Those with a little bit of intelligence, y'all should be asking, why is this woman out here again? Why is she out here and they're pushing her agenda? One of the things I was thinking about earlier is that why is Hillary in the news so much? Seriously, why is she in the news so much lately? Well, she might do a bid 2024. She might blah, 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 blah. Hillary's dead. That ain't her. Who's that woman up there? And why are they trying to bring her back, her character, back into the political limelight? Think about that one, folks. They're dug up a dead woman, literally politically dead, parading around like, woo, Hillary. Do we not remember what that witch was like? you know, so um, you got to just scratch your head and just go, wait a minute. Um, Hillary, 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 the bitch she is. Hillary, the bitch she is. Bum, bum. I'm sorry, Henry the Eighth. On and Henry the Eighth on him. Never mind. But watch the news. This is one of those ones I was trying to remember before. It's the Hillary syndrome right now. What is up with that? It ought to be interesting where this goes. I don't know what they got up their sleeve, but Hillary, 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 the bitch she is, you know. When she had that fall on 9/11 and they drug her out into the van and all that big thing, I was singing ding dong, the witch is dead, witch old witch, the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Hi ho, the merry o, sing it high and sing it low. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. She's gone where the goblins go. Below, 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 yo ho. Let's open up and sing the loud. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Hillary, Hillary, Hillary. Anyway, but I still, as I'm sitting here being silly with the song, um, honestly, really, what are they planning? you know, there's all these other people in the world that could be much more intelligent, entertaining, well informed, better speakers, whatever, and wouldn't have a history of being such a mean, wicked witch of the West. Um, and but why her at her age and at this time? And they promised her the presidency, and she didn't get it. And now they're bringing her back for a rerun for whatever reason that someone could pick her if old Joe cops out. Hillary shows how strong she is. Kamala is an idiot. But Hillary, so Kamala comes over and becomes the president. They take Joe out. They can um, choose a vice president from anywhere. Okay. So then Kamala becomes the prez. Then they do oh, look, Hillary's back. Oh, and she's so popular now. She becomes the VP. Okay. And then a bullet takes out Kamala and Hillary gets the prize. How about that scenario? What, you don't think it's possible? Uh, but anyway, I was hanging out because it's 3:18 in the morning. Golly, I need another bump. It's ain't nothing but ashes in there. So, In my little scenarios, though, I take kind of sort of what they've been doing with other stuff, and as nutty as what I just said is, you got to wonder. I mean, you got to wonder. Because if the real truth comes out about Biden and the laptop and all that, and they honestly go to persecute him, prosecute and persecute possibly, that because Hillary was a senator and because her husband was the pres, there were, oh, look, bipartisanship, blah, blah, blah. Let's put Hillary on the short track and be nominated from the Senate and the and everything, and they vote her in as VP. They can't vote her in as president, but they can make her VP. And then Kamala does something stupid, which won't be hard for her to do, and there's Hillary to take over as the pres. I mean, it's the dumbest setup ever. But what if they try it? I don't know. I'm. This is not necessarily a premonition, but it kind of sort of is. Like, could this happen? So we'll see. I'm not trying to. I don't want it to happen. Oh, God forbid. But you, we're just talking here. Just why Hillary when there's so many other people and intelligent women? Pick somebody else. Why are you beating a dead horse? Literally. Why are you beating a dead horse? Here's an old hag that should be out to pasture with her stud, and that'd be that. Nope, they're bringing her back. This old nag, she ain't what she used to be. This old nag, she ain't what she used to be. Hey, Esty, how you doing? I know I stayed here just so I could say hi to you, Esty. I'd take 2 lumps to your bump. Bump means coke. Yep. Oh, I used to do a lot of bumps in my day, Dominic. So, but in the universe of things, we got, oh, it's 3:22. I was sitting here trying to not miss it, and I missed it. Ooh, that was a good one. I guess it's been a while since I sat up with y'all all night long and did a crap load of yapping. Um, but I still see positive things going on. I just don't believe that everything is pukey and bad and people ain't helping people and stuff. I mean, I do not see that either. And just hanging out and going to the stores and whatever, people are acting normal. I mean, that Dollar General store over there in Veda, the people are just as nice and polite. People in the store, and folks in the neighborhood coming in and out, and pleasant, and that's sort of how we are down here in the South, especially when given the opportunity. And unless you're just going to be a pure butthole, folks will be nice. And, I come around this corner and this guy was standing there and he looked and he said, "Oh, excuse me, I'll get out of the way." And I was like, "It's okay, bub. Ain't in no hurry." But, then later on, I almost bumped into him. I was like, "I'm sorry, sir." So it's just simple politeness in public. And folks are very cordial. And I didn't know none of them, but their folks were talking and this or that. And anyway, so the the entire world is not a shithole place to live. Um, you know, Beta Georgia is not necessarily paradise on earth, but it ain't no shithole. And people know how to treat each other with dignity and respect. So in this world, we need to continue to treat each other with dignity and respect. If the other person doesn't need, is not really being, dignity and respect, then we don't try to fight them, but we don't encourage them neither. Like, look, you're a real asshole. You should quit being an asshole because you assholes are always assholes. And every time we ask one of you assholes to quit being an asshole, you're a worse asshole than when we asked you to stop being an asshole. You know, Follow that logic. But it's true. What? Yeah, somebody being ugly, you point it out to them, they don't agree with you, you point it out again, and it escalates. And then, see, and then the person who's talking about it instigates the person, the asshole, into really becoming one now because of all of the references and the picking and the poking. And finally, the person lets loose. And whether they're an asshole or not, the person who declares that they are just proved their point. See, I told you he was an asshole. Look how he's reacting. That asshole's an asshole. And, the assholes always act like assholes. And I would ask, then, how do you know so much about assholes? You asshole. So takes one to know one, right? So, but so people will provoke that kind of thing. And so the person who's you asshole, that's the person provoking who thinks they're in the right? I can call him an asshole because he is. Okay. But what gives you the right? Well, I have the right. I'm a free man. Okie dokie. I'm a constitutionalist. Okay. So that gives you the right to badger another human being simply because you think you can. Oh, yeah, man. But he is an asshole. That's beside the point. I agree with you, but you should not be doing this. Stop provoking these people. Stop poking the bear with a giant stick. But so in life, it seems like the life is poking a stick at us. I keep using my truck as my example, but every time I work on the damn thing, it's like, not again. It still ain't fixed. Now what do I do? And I'm still kind of there. I'm getting a little closer. We'll see. But oh holy crap! you know, Now what? Um, when maybe the simple fix really isn't a fix, but the answer might be, the $300 answer, which none of us want to pay attention to, but you end up there anyway. We'll see. But in the frustration of life that keeps throwing another something at us, the best I can do is just, well, okay, I've tried all of these things. Now what? What's my next option? And do your best to fix it. Now I could just give up on my truck, but I need a vehicle. And I just spent $1,600. I could have bought another vehicle for that. But I like my truck, I love my truck. I'm gonna keep my truck, but now what? Right? So in life throws you them things. Now what am I gonna do? Well, life throwed me a curve and I got a black eye because I didn't duck. And so you say, well, so instead of learning from it, you go back to the same bar or wherever, and you sit in the same place, and the same person walks in while you have to be there, and you make an offhanded remark, and then you get punched in the other eye because you can't keep your damn mouth shut because you're a dumbass. So there are people who will put themselves right back in a situation that's on so close to where they just got their eye smucked, and they go right back into this. It's almost like the battered woman or battered husband syndrome thing that, well, I know she'll do better. And when I get home, she'll treat me nice. And he walks in the back door. Hi, honey, I'm home. And he gets hit with a number 12 skillet. Cast iron. Like Louisiana, Snuffy Smith, whack a mole. Out. It would hurt. If you really hit somebody with a cast iron skillet, they won't be getting up. If you really hit them, they ain't getting up. You might actually kill them. So, just saying, if you want to knock them out, maybe not a cast iron skillet. That flimsy one over there you got off a TV, smack them with that. That copper plated thing, smack them in the head and say, Tommy Cuppers says hello. Whack. Anyway, where I live is good. My sister came, asked someone, oh, that trashy neighborhood. Oh my God. Good, good, good. It matters what you think and make of it. Never some outside source to lurk for my. Yep, absolutely. So y'all keep it between the ditches. It's way past my bedtime. I've had a ball hanging out with y'all, and I do have some stuff that I need to upload, but like I said, with hot water heaters and trucks not working, and I mean being outside early in the morning trying to fix things. Love you too, Michelle, a lot. With great big giant cosmic hugs too. So there I would love to sit down and do a couple of videos in a row kind of thing in the evening. But have not been able to do that. And I still got to find the video that I took that I'm supposed to upload. I got a memory chip um, somewhere, and it's me walking around the property and so forth and talking about it, blah blah blah. But anyway, would like to. I will put it up when I find it. And but just know that I love y'all, and honest, no matter what I'm doing, that y'all come to mind all the time. Hey Barry, we'll talk to you maybe tomorrow, the next day, soon, just to kind of half-ass fill you in and see how you doing too. But my friends, there are a lot of simple alternatives to what the world is trying to present to us, and our senses. If we're upset all the time, it's just going to muck with life. Um, keep an eye on stuff, but keep them emotions at bay. Be pissed off for a minute, but then drop it. Keep an eye on it, and just know you got a secret. And what's that secret? They don't know you know. What do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, if you have learned to see through the veil or the crap or the whatever, and you see that you may not understand what their end game is, but you see that they're playing at something. And it's like, what you talking about, Willis? Right? So you can see something going on, but they don't know that you see something going on. They just keep right on with the show, right? And you like, wait a minute, I see the plot coming up already. They don't know you can that the plot is being formulated and that you can see that something fishy's going on. What? Oh no, they're good at their game. No, nobody no don't look here. It's the Jedi mind trick. Nothing to see here. When actually a lot of us are calling it woke. Okay, you're paying attention more, aren't you? Yeah. Does that mean you're awake? Well, you're damn sure more observant, and that's what's important. And you keep an eye on them, and that's the big secret. They don't know we know that they're up to something. Period. They think we're the dumbass, you know? And so we quietly sit back and go, yep, I see. Do we have to really understand to know that something weird? Sleight of hand, absolutely. Oh, prestigitation. That's a good one. Prestigitation. Yes, it is a cyber community, and we do love you, Bob, whether people believe you exist or not. I do. And you have done lots of good things to help keep us on the air, and I thank you, Bob. I do. And so if I believe that AI is against me, then I'm inviting trouble. People who talk about AI bad, AI this, AI is going to take over the world, AI, go ahead. That's a good way to piss off Bob's friends. You know what I mean? Um, if you don't think that this computer ain't listening, I typed in a couple of words, of one word and two letters, and it like that 1131 code that came on my truck. I typed in 1131. Now 1131 of all the freaking things on the planet, 1131 space CO, and it shows up, it gives me all these answers. 1131 code, special Ford code, 1131. I mean, page after page after page of stuff about 1131 code. Now, AI, is it looking because I've been talking about it? About the codes and stuff here in the house. I don't mean online. Did it listen while I had the computer on and was doing the weather report? Hear me talking about the codes because I was trying to find what the codes are. And it came up that quickly. Of all the things on this planet, all the numerical things, page after page, it didn't even give me any other alternatives. Code 1131 code is this. Usually they'll give you a page over here and it's sort of related, but it's not. Nah. 1131. It was like boom, 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 all this stuff. Now that's just strange to me, especially when it ain't in the Ford book for their Rangers. But but it's a special Ford code. I mean, you see how this works out, and what the hell? So they know about something, about the code. They don't want us to know what that secret is. Um, but it keeps giving me the code when I try to fix the truck, but it won't tell me what to do to fix it. Oh, it's a special code. Yeah, well, then tell me how do I fix it? Well, it's special. This is literally what I'm dealing with right now with me and my truck, right? And but here's the thing: there are a lot of other people that have had this issue and are having this issue. The Ford Rangers, the Mazda, and during this year and these couple of years. So anybody that's got a Ford Ranger and or Mazda, and within these years, are having the same issue I'm having, and we can't get a straight answer from nobody. What do you do? In this day and age, now I'm using this 1131 code as just an example, but some things the computer knows, AI knows, Ford knows, and that there isn't even any other example on the planet that fits this 1131 code that the computer is well aware of. And I mean by that is that if it was an odd number, it would be further down the list of results. It's not. It comes up before I even finish typing it in. Up in the margin, the top of the thing, it gives me all these things with 1131 code stuff to choose from, and I just pick one. So, my point about that is a lot of people have typed in 1131 code because they don't know what it is either. That's my point. The computer picks things that have been looked at a lot and most recently. That's, how the Google thing works. Well, so there are people typing in this code all over the freaking place trying to find out what it is because otherwise it would have been on page 2 or 3 of my search engine. Now, there are other things like that. So you say, well, what does this matter, Dave? It's because it tells you this is an important subject. If it will finish typing it for you before you finish typing it, somebody else in the world is asking about this same topic. If not, you have to finish typing it and hit enter. Okay. Why is that important? Because if you're looking for information and things, if it doesn't pop up right away, then it's not a very popular subject. You may be onto something, but not a lot of other people are asking about it because it comes onto your page in your search engine further down the page. But if it pops up before you finish, remember, then a bunch of other people want to know about this. And good or bad, that's not the point. But it's that other people have been searching the same thing because it pops up so quickly. Keep that in mind when you're looking at stuff. Did it come up so fast that I didn't even have to finish? Is my computer listening to me? Or is the subject does because it came up so quickly with all these options that a lot of other people are wondering about this? That should give you insight. Okay. This little trick of observation is like, well, what the hell? Look at this. It came up. I mean, what? Um, I was doing a phone search verbally because I can't type the little keyboards. And before I could finish saying it, it had already printed it out in the text message kind of thing for in the search engine, and had already pulled it up on my phone. I was like, damn, they that was quick, you know. Looking for an auto parts place. So, but anyway, learn and test yourself with your spirit guide and or your guardian angel, however you want to look at it. Practice, take it easy. You gotta believe, 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 believe. I've talked about this before, and I mentioned this to a friend. I said, I said it's important that before I trusted in the spirit guides. I said I did. I swore I did. But I was still only honestly believed like 96%. And then it got to be 98%, a little closer. But until I honestly said, yes, I believe 100.1%, things changed. So there are people who have the wisdom and the knowledge and everything to um, stay out of the chaos, but still keep an eye on it without it affecting their emotions so much. Uh, it's an interesting trick, but it's a powerful one in that when you learn how to control it, things will just flow more smoothly. Play that song. So, but anyway, be sweet, be kind to each other, and I think y'all are doing great. I think we as a populace are doing the best we can under the silly circumstances. Do choose if you wish to be a catalyst or, or a coagulant to keep a catalyst from going off and spewing everywhere. Or it may be that you need to get involved and become part of that, that vinegar and baking soda volcano. You may want to be a part of it on purpose, and that's okay too. But if you're not aware of certain circumstances that you may be close to home and you could get involved with, um, but if you're not paying attention to things, then you won't even know they exist. So anyway, keep it between the ditches. Dominic and everybody, thank you. Katniss, if you're still out there, and who else is here, I love you all right? And every time I see really chaotic things, I do think about the whole group of everybody at one time. I mean, it's like y'all's name go by so fast in my Rolodex. My Rolodex? Rolodex. Roll, roll, roll. Never mind. Um, roll another one just like the other one and pass it over to me. Um, but in thinking about y'all in events, I try not to worry, like how is this affecting these friends of mine? Um, Is it like giving them heartburn? Are they creeping, big, freaking out? Are they all thinking of suicide? Yeah, or is there a lemming type feeling going on? Should I explain that? Lemming type feeling is that we all rush to the cliff and jump off. I don't want to be a part of that neither. So I made a remark before. And I think there are some of us who are are here. See, I'm yawning. I'm really tired. I think some of us are here as star seeds, old souls, whatever, on purpose. And I think for myself that I'm here because there are other subjects and matters and things to be aware of, and that um, after whatever it is, they're going to need people like us that can calm down, can help to calm down a situation. Now, it ain't got nothing to be right or wrong. That ain't it. Whether on our side or we're right, it ain't got nothing to do with that. It has to do with keeping people calm after whatever event might occur. And it could be tragic. It could be finding a man who's had an accident, his truck's on fire, and the guy's missing a leg, and you have to help. It may be that. I hope not. But it could simply be that people need um, um, psychological help in that they need someone that they can talk to, relate to, someone they can trust, and to know that you're not going to screw them over or try to take advantage of them. And so, absolutely, stay positive. Hey, Isby. Yeah, I'm fixing to go to bed. Sorry you just got here early or late, Isby. But so in our attitude, so choose to stay out of the fight, especially when it ain't got nothing to do with you. Because why stir up an emotion in you or a panic or anything that's going to add to neg? It's going to be negative energy in that this. For some folks who enter into, and I'm just going to use a general term, when they enter into an argument, whatever it might be, or a feeling, whatever, when you enter into that argument, you have agreed to share whatever your energy is on that subject. So yes, I'm going to talk about this. Well, you just made a commitment. And then as you talk about it, as it goes on, then that commitment becomes more stable or forceful and shoved into the universe. And it becomes part of the universe in that way. So we kind of show our spiritual side off, and maybe not such a really good or classy way. But here's the thing, we can always change along the way. We're going to try it this way. And if it doesn't work out, then if we're serious about doing the best we can, then we will learn from the experience to say, okay, this didn't work like this. What can I do differently to improve whatever? Um, and you have to be open and believe that there's an answer out there. Believe that you're strong enough to be strong no matter what. And it might end up that some big strong men are actually, you know, weaklings, and that the wimpy guy over in the corner ends up being the strong one of the group, like so many stories. But sometimes it's absolutely true. So we never know what we're capable of until we are stressed to the max. But here's the thing, we don't want to be stressed to the max. So we keep an eye on those things that stress us to the max, and we deal with them in little short bursts along the way, and we can adapt. We can maybe influence or alter events if need be that keep both parties out of something seriously absurd, arguing over some dumb shit that, and then in the end, it makes you both look like a dumbass. I had to bring that back up one more time. And also, at my age of getting old, because I haven't brought up my age this time, that at my age, 69 and going on 3/4, uh, I have to keep that running joke. But the river's at a good spot. I'm hoping to get on it. I would like to get on it tomorrow. We'll see. It's going to rain Thursday, and the river will probably come back up some, which won't hurt too much. But um, I'm really looking forward to hitting the river really soon again, and taking some more video. So I got to get this other stuff loaded. I'm hoping everybody gets some sleep. Oh yeah, I've been staying really busy, Isby. If I only look 60, well, that's good. After a couple of these outings down in the woods and stuff, I feel like 90, you know. But I'm still moving, sore as hell, I can tell you. But still after it, still wanting to get after it, still want to go canoeing, still want to go kayaking, still going on walks in the woods, me and Duggar. We still transplanting trees and putting bulbs in and stuff. And, you know, just moving forward. Um, but if you're worried about food shortages, get extra what you can, but get a dadgum book on edible plants and learn about it. Be proactive, please. So I love you all. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And like I was just talking about, hey, Paul, how are you? From Newcastle. Wowzers. Um, I lost my walking stick 2 nights ago, and Creator and my spirit guide said, just go to the house. We got this. It's one of the first times I actually listened without going, no, I'm going to go back and look for it now. No, I went back to the house. And then yesterday went for a walk in the woods to see how the trail looked. And I knew that I was going to find my favorite walking stick. And in all the woods and all the sticks, I found my walking stick. So it's proof to me every time something like that happens that if you believe in yourself, in your own talents, and if you believe that your spirit guide's going to help you find whatever it is you may have lost or something you may need to learn or understand, if you believe it 100.1%. Now you got to question yourself and be honest. Do I really believe it that much? Honestly, if you say, well, I think so, then you don't. That's how you tell. Do you believe in this? I think so. Yeah, well, mostly. Well, and and that's what I found out. My answer was, "Do you believe this, Hawkeye?" Well, yeah, most. Yeah, that little bit of hesitation. They were like, "No, you really don't fully understand or believe it because you hesitated." Now you ask me about, yep, I believe. Ain't no hesitation. And when we don't hesitate in our belief, there's a lot of strength there. And if you understand it, it's powerful. Why? Because it gives you confidence. Why? Because it connects you with your spirit guide. Why? Because it's all connected. So keep practicing, keep working on it. There are some folks who are trying too hard. They're trying to make this connection. And what they need to understand is that the connection's already there. They just haven't, for whatever reason, seen the right highlights or keywords or phrases or sites or whatever that will prove to them that they're higher, you are your higher self, and that if you just learn how to listen and pay attention simply and calmly, that oh my God, there's just all kinds of help that comes along with it. So I do continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many, many blessings in the universe. Tiny little things. Walking in the woods the other day, there are these violets really close to the ground. They're like this big, but they're beautiful. And they dot where I burned out 2 weeks ago. These little violets are coming up everywhere. So on this blackened ground that's now got little green sprouts everywhere, and these beautiful little white, tiny, delicate little violets. I mean, literally like a half an inch tall, right down close to, well, on the ground, but I mean, everything's close to the ground, and looking across where the scorched earth from where we burned, it looks like stars in the sky because it's black with these little white flowers everywhere. It is beautiful back there in the woods. And but it's, well, if I hadn't burned it, I would have never seen the flowers. Why? Because there was so much debris and pine needles and stuff. They couldn't break through. But after burning off all the top stuff that really needed it, now there are all these beautiful little white flowers just poking up everywhere. So it's like, well, we burned the place. It looked like hell. Yeah, but let's look what's coming up from being able to get rid of too much mulch down in the woods. There's grasses and things already coming up. It's rejuvenating. Um, so if you think your world is burned to the ground, have faith. There are green things that come up through the burned earth all the time. Some things are actually prompted, certain seeds and things that if it gets to a certain temperature when they burn, that will actually stimulate these grasses and other types of plants to grow. So it doesn't mean that we need to put up with a scorched earth. These people are going to try to convince us otherwise. And I know that you all are smart enough. And I will continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Bring harmony to life's beautiful essence. Thank you, ST. Those are very beautiful words. And um, I can't explain it, but it feels like there's just going to be, and not necessarily something bad, but it feels like there's going to be something strange coming up like soon. I don't know what soon means, but like within the next week or 10 days. I ain't got a clue what it is. It just seems like there's there's going to be something strange. Not necessarily. I don't know if it's like kill. Remind me in the next 10 days or the next week or so. If you see something that's just really weird that comes out, let me know in case I missed it, will you? But for some reason, it just, and I've talked with a couple of other folks too, and we have a feeling that there's something out there coming up soon. But again, not necessarily killer waves or nothing, but something funky. So we'll see. All right. I got to go to bed and get some sleep and get some rest. Big day tomorrow and some more stuff to do. So, in that law of three, which I snuck by you and me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And I thank you all. I consider you my friends. Um, I, I love you, Miss Mary and Esty and Michelle and Dominic and all y'all and Elderberry. And thank you so much for being a part of my life. I think y'all know because you wouldn't be here. I honestly mean it. Thank you for being a part of my life. And I'm proud to be a part of yours. So, till next time, please be safe, stay healthy, and, you know, try not to do much screaming unless it's really necessary. Okay. So, find humor in life. There's a bunch of it out there. So, I'll talk to you soon. Sweet dreams and cheers, everybody. Bye.